Why do I have... There we go. Thank you, Milton, for adjusting my audio settings. I'm going to have to go and adjust all of them. He pulled out the cord again. All right, so that is now working again. Okay, good. Now let me go and find the comments. Where are my comments? Here they are, I think. As you can see, Mr. Milton, my assistant, he decided that it would be rather interesting to make a few adjustments to my system. And I was a little bit distracted this morning because I was actually watching my friend over here. Let's see if I can pop over there and... And I'm going to go to the comments. Now, what I want to do, let me go back and check the latest comment to see if there are some terrible technical issues that are plaguing me. So I'll go ahead and go to the bottom. Lost audio again. Okay. Well, hopefully I have audio right now. Audio is not working. Okay. All right. It's Milton. The audio should be working now. Let me go back to the other scene and let me fix that. In OBS, once the hardware device disappears, it does not come back automatically. So let me go to this. And that should bring back the audio to this scene. So all the scenes should be working. All right, let me check the comments again. The beauty of this is that if I manage it right, everything works. Audio working on this cam, not the other. Yes. And what it is, I have a very small little plug-in USB sound card. This computer that I use does not have an input because evidently when they made these computers, they were not putting the sound card in the computer anymore. All the old computers had the mic in and the audio out and all that. Well, this one doesn't have that. So what I did, I basically bought one of those $9 audio devices that you get from, what is it? Not CompUSA, it's called Micro Center. I mean, for a while we had Computer City, then we had CompUSA, now we have Micro Center. Micro Center is a good distance. I actually made a bike ride a couple times, video where I rode to Micro Center. I've gone as far as Granger. I've gone up to Gordon Foods. I've done 20-mile bike rides, as you probably know, on a bicycle with basically one speed because the chain is old, the shifter is stuck, and I guess it's just kind of a challenge. Sort of like bike sprinting and a little bit of cardio and who knows what else is mixed in there. But anyway, what I wanted to show you earlier is that my friend over here, Dan, which we all know who he is, he started his live stream, I guess, a little bit late. And I guess he's going right now. You can see he's got 10 people watching. So he still has an audience. But everyone knows that 8 o'clock on Saturday morning is Rick's time. So hopefully you'll be able to catch him when the replay comes. And again, we like our new, well, he's not really new now, but he is newer. And if you're not subscribed to his channel, he has 284 subscribers. Maybe we can get him to 1,000 subscribers by the end of the year. He's interesting. I know he likes that sports stuff, which I don't like. I think spectator sports is a waste of time and energy. But evidently he likes Jets, and I'm not sure. I know it's football. But again, he's pretty conversational, and if you want to listen to somebody who's dealt with food addiction, you can learn from him because you can't learn that stuff from me. The only thing you're going to learn from me is how to be a quack. But this is a guy that turned his life around, and he looks pretty good. I'd say he looks better than me. Of course, he's a bit younger, but still, it's just kind of the nature of the carnivore lifestyle. But if you don't mind a very strange and totally quacked 58-year-old, here I am. Now, I've actually had a friend of mine that I work with all the time. His son came down to help him, and they're going to work at their Everglades camp this weekend. And I worked with him for the last few days, as well as the other work that I did. And his son, who's 8 years old, was still quite amazed that I am 50 years older than him. And he was running around. I was chasing after him. We had some junk cars. We were throwing rocks at a junk Winnebago we were going to tear apart. And, we just had a lot of fun. And the thing about me is that even though I'm an old guy, and yes, I am old, I am over 55, I'm old enough to live in Mitch's trailer park. But yet, I'm out there running around with the kids, doing kid things, and I'm about as opposite to your average senior citizen as you could imagine. I was joking about Mitch and his scooters, and I said, can you imagine when the day comes when I have to have a scooter? I can only imagine what the thing's going to be like. It'll probably be the only V8 powered scooter or some crazy invention. Maybe I'll develop the first anti-gravity scooter so you can kind of go around there and you know how it is. Anyway, I'm a quack. I have a lot of fun with this. And I do believe that in addition to the carnivore diet with its benefits, I think that the attitude and lifestyle are even more important. And this is one of the reasons why I don't get upset about the people I get upset about the people who are trying to maximize their lifespan, because I tell everybody, the more you worry about living longer, the shorter your life will be. You'll be like that goofy Brian Johnson guy that got hair transplants and takes a bunch of chemicals and eats a plant-based diet and ends up with a digestive disaster. Or you could be like Rick the Quack, who hasn't been to a doctor in 30 years, hasn't been to a dentist in 40 years, eats the most deadly diet that you could ever imagine, and runs around with little, their families, their grandkids and everything, that throwing rocks and running around and doing all kinds of crazy things. So you have a choice. It's your choice. I mean, seriously, it's like I tell everybody, you can choose to be old. You could be old and you could be in your 20s. You could sit around all day. You could do nothing physical. You could stress yourself out. You could spend your day trying to make money on cryptocurrency and ended up dying of a heart attack before you reach 50. Or you could be trying to get a heart attack with a heart attack diet, and you outlast the heart attack grill, and you're still going. You're still on your bike. You're still out there working in the sun, stripping cars, working on whatever, and no aches and pains, feeling great. Can't go wrong with that, right? But anyway, all right, let me get back to the comments. Let's see here. Okay. All right. Well, he's still going. That's good. The one thing that I would change about his set, though, this microphone boom arm, it covers too much of him. What he needs to do is raise that thing up, put the microphone down like I do. I think this works a lot better because although I do have the microphone boom arm, you can still see the rest of me, although you probably don't want to. But that's the one complaint that I have about a lot of the podcasts that you see. Their equipment gets in front of them. And again, it's a preference. I can understand that, but it's up to you. All right, so let's hit the comments, and this is my favorite part of the show, where I get to see how many of my friends have popped in, and I do keep a mental note of the ones that don't. And I have a lot of comments, so we're going to have to shift this thing into overdrive and make it happen, because I have blabbed myself about 12 minutes into the hole. Our first comment was Wendy, the Feral Grandma, who said hello. And then Lady June said, good morning. And our number one viewer, as he says, first is Jonathan, Carnivore Muscle. a champion. And again, the muscles, the trophy, he's got the goods to prove it. So anyone doubts Jonathan, well, I think he'll come and adjust your thinking. Good morning, Rick, from Isabel Goyer. I'm off to work. Just stopping by to wish you all a wonderful day. Well, thank you for taking your time to come in. And there's Mike Seeley Jr., as always. Greetings from Tampa Bay. Well, greetings back from Miami, Florida. And Yellow Rose, another one of our regulars. Good morning, good afternoon, Rick and Milton from the UK. And again, we have some really great carnivores. There's already been the one that I mentioned, and there's you, and there's several others. And speaking of great carnivores, here is Coach Juliet Edens. Hi, guys. Made it back from my 2-week business trip. That is awesome. That is awesome. All right. 2 business trip last year. Okay. 2-week business trip last year. All right. And again, if you don't know who Juliet is, I believe the little short that she made when she met me coming off the bus to Mitch's meetup was one of her most popular videos ever. So it goes to show that not everyone's afraid of me. And there is Mike Seeley Sr., who is also a neighbor to Mitch. And I think one day a week, they hang out and talk and smoke cigars. Good morning, Rick, and everyone from a beautiful morning in Melbourne, Florida. Well, good morning from Miami, Florida. And Juliet Lodi girl, okay. You are finally home. Yes, Juliet, we missed you. And we're looking forward to having you back on your lives on Sunday or whenever else you decide to do it. And I have to admit, I always get upset when I'm working and I can't watch my friends do their live streams and do their videos. But things are getting better again. JJJ24, good afternoon from Poland. And again, we have a couple of people in the carnivore community that are of Polish ancestry or currently living in Poland. So that's a good thing. I've had a couple of friends. We used to make Polak jokes, but it was all in good fun. And we have good morning from Mike Sr. Rick was having, I was having trouble at Grandma's Live last night with his computer. Hope he got it repaired. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why my audio did not work. My assistant, Milton, I think he decided that making a few adjustments in the back of the computer was a good idea. The thing is, Milton had knocked over the computer before when he was climbing on it, and he actually knocked loose one of the PCI cards. So I had a problem. I had some kind of IRQ conflict, and my video went out, and then next thing you know, the USB stopped working, and the whole thing crashed, and I go, well, it's 10:30 at night. I had popped in to Grandma's because I'm trying to reset my sleep schedule. I'm usually in bed by 10:30. Usually by 9 o'clock, I'm on the way to bed. But I've been working late. I've been coming home sometimes after midnight because of all the work that we did together. And but I'm resetting. And I like to get to bed by 10:30, and I like to get up at 6:30. That seems to be my ideal schedule. I still want to get up at 6:30. But if I go to bed at 1:30 in the morning, that's not enough sleep. So what ends up happening to me if I don't get enough sleep, I'm going to have plenty of energy, but I will get sick. Most normal people, when they don't get enough sleep, they get tired during the day. But with me, it's the opposite. I continue to do my normal schedule. But we all catch viruses and bacteria and all that crap. When I don't get enough sleep, then I start to feel like less and less energy. The other thing I start doing is making mistakes. And when you work with the kind of stuff that I do, you don't want to make mistakes because it can lead to injury or something even worse. So it's always a good idea to keep that sleep on target. Yes, and she agrees. And Rough Carnivore says, hi, Rick. Well, hello. And Brian Dish, as every week, good morning, Rick and all quackers. Well, good morning. And we have good mornings going back and forth, which is good. And here's Dustin. Just wanted to drop in and say hello. Have a great day, everyone. I've got a long day ahead of me. Well, I saw you in Dan's live, and now you have dropped in mine. And I'm looking at the other monitor, and I can see that Dan is still talking. It's kind of a shame that we have our little conflict, but I like listening to him. Hi, Yellow Rose. There we go. And we have a hello to Dustin and Smoothie 420. Good Saturday morning, Rick, and all you quackers here today. Well, there we go. And we have a good morning and another good morning. And we'll just keep hitting these as everyone says hello. Robbie Autry. Good morning, Rick, Milton, Miss Kitty, and the rest of you quackers. Now, you seem to have popped in at 8. You have a talent for always coming in at the exact time. I don't have a little bell to ring, and I don't have anything else to say, but however you do it, I guess it must be automatic. And we have a hi to Brian, and we'll keep going. We have a hello to Robbie, and a good morning to Coach Juliet Edens, and good morning, everyone, from Carnivore Karen P. Good morning from Central Florida. Well, good morning. Good to see you, as always. Appreciate that. It's nice also, since I got to meet several of you at the last meetup, so I can associate the name with the face. That's a good thing. I hope eventually I'll get to meet everyone as time goes on. Remember, why did I start YouTube in 2007? I discovered YouTube in 2006, and then in 2007 I said, you know what? I'm going to start posting YouTube videos because I want to meet other people. That was it. There was never any thought of making money on YouTube, and I have to this day made this much money on YouTube. That penny that fell on the floor is more than I've made in 19 years on YouTube. But I've been able to meet people, and that was my goal, and I am happy about that. And the more people I get to meet, the more successful I am on YouTube. And there's Carnivore Wayne. Good morning. And Barry Simon, the AI master. Good morning, Rick and all. Well, good morning. And here's Chuck. Hello, all my quacker friends. Well, I hope you've been good. I guess you've been busy with work. But, you know, we all have to do it. And there's Michael Pregler, everyone's favorite healthy senior. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And again, I am glad to see you here. I just love it because we have people here that are active, intelligent, and proactive in what they want to do. And I love the active comments because that tells me that you care about my channel. The reason why I do these shows is because of you. Everyone that comes in here, all my friends, all the new friends that I haven't met yet, but we're working on it. And speaking of online friends, there's Jerry. Good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. Glad that you have dropped in despite the time difference. I appreciate that. And Amanda has dropped in. Good morning. Happy Saturday, Rick, Milton, Miss Kitty, and all the duckies and everyone else. Well, thank you. And Chuck from Clearwater, Florida. I'm cleaning garage today, so just listening. Well, that's the great thing about mine. And, of course, back then there was no audio, which I fixed that. And here's Christy, Meeting Wellness. And again, if you don't know who she is, check her out. She's got several interviews. She's even had an older interview of me. This was from, like, the first real carnivore push that we had. I think when I make my eventual, when I get the time to do it, and who knows when that will be, I want to make sort of a documentary of the carnivore space online. And again, it started with people like Saladino and Baker, and then Chafee dropped in. We had Barkay. Barkay was more of a keto carnivore kind of, you know, in the beginning. And, of course, Dr. Berry, which was a keto guy. Dr. Berry was not a carnivore personality when I first discovered this. But then the whole effect, I call it the Carrie Man effect. I don't see Carrie here. I think he's too busy to listen to my live stream. But if you don't know who Carrie Man is, I don't know where you've been. His channel is called Homestead How. It doesn't have a carnivore name in it. But he is the mastermind of the maybe soon to be shown to me documentary, Healing Humanity. Now, unlike the other carnivore documentaries, they've been keeping this one kind of under wraps. I think what they're trying to do is get a little bit of income out of it before they release it. So maybe they'll have something to kind of pay back all the time and money they put into it. But whatever it is, I'm looking forward to seeing it. But when he came onto the scene, a ton of new carnivore channels came up. And that's when things really picked up. And then after that, it dropped off. But I was in that second wave myself because I had been in the background. And then in August of 2022, which pretty soon will be 4 years, the kid Joey Schwartz interviewed me. And I became his most popular interview ever. And that's when people started noticing my channel. And then after that, I started to post a couple of videos. and then I just kind of went all in. And really, someone had commented on one of my earlier videos where I had suggested doing a live stream from this very couch, and I had forgotten about it somewhat, but that's when I imitated doing a heart attack. You probably saw that. I'll probably show that a little bit later, but it was kind of interesting. But anyway, and Milton, yes. Mannix Gaming, how are you? I am doing great. I really am. And happy retirement to Juliet. Yes. Rick, so there's Bride's Biscuit. Hey, good to see you again. The intro played, but now I feel deaf. Okay. Was it too loud? I have to see it. You know, Milton has, yeah, cat chewed the cord. Yeah, that Milton, he can't give up on that. All right. So we have a good morning for Robbie. And let's see, how is everyone doing? All right. And good morning to Miss Amanda. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We'll hit all these good mornings, and we'll skip through that as fast as we can. I like the fact that everybody, okay, is saying hello to each other, and you are perfectly welcome to chat as much as you want in my chat, because that's what we're here for. We're not here to try and promote anything. And speaking of carnivore celebrities, there is Thomas, Target Prime Rib. Well, hello, Thomas. I'm glad you're here. Are you going to be doing your live later? If you are, let us know so we can check it out. And I think I will be here today. I've been having to go away every Saturday for the last 3 weeks. I think I'll be here today. I was talking to a friend. He said I'm not normal because I'm only eating eggs, fish, and pork, chicken. He mentioned should eat. Okay. I need to come up with a better way of doing these comments because the thing gets stuck and then I have to reset it. But anyway, let's see here. It's a good thing that I'm not Dr. Berry or I'd never catch up with the comments. Yeah, he should eat rice and noodles like he is eating. Well, quack, 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 quack. If you want to start quacking, that's what it is. How is the weather across the pond? Okay, so let's see. Good morning from Venetian Cat. Ducks and kitties. Julia is in the house. All right. Audio working on this cam, not the other. Yeah, we hear you now. Okay, so I am way behind. It is 8:05. So I'm like more than 20 minutes behind. So I have done a Mitch. I've managed to get way behind. But don't worry, I will catch up because I'm a carnivore. And we have our first question from Carnivore Wayne. Why do they push fiber as a requirement? Well, I guess it's an excuse so that people will eat cheap, easily manufactured duck food, and they won't be concentrating on the meat and eggs, which are not as profitable. And I think that's what it is. But for people that don't eat the carnivore diet, I guess they need that fiber to keep the crap moving along. Because if you eat nothing but starch, I mean, as you know, I like to make ceiling tiles, 50s style. And one of the binders they use is cornstarch. So you'll get paper fibers or you'll get fiberglass or whatever kind of fibers you can get your hands on. You mix it with cornstarch and you bake it into a ceiling tile. How do I know it's cornstarch? Because the cockroaches here like to eat that stuff. So if the roaches get into your ceiling tiles, they'll eat the surface. It's cornstarch. So if cornstarch is a binder, can you imagine eating all that starch? Your system, you'd be laying bricks when you try to go to the bathroom. But if you're eating meat, especially fatty meat, a lot of that stuff is being used by your body. And most of what you're putting out is bacteria and the little bits that you can't eat. So if you're like me and you still go to the bathroom at least once a day, I've gone up to 3 times a day. So I'm not one of those people that goes once a week. I can go up to 3 times a day. Normally it's once a day. But it's too much information for most people. But if you compare the volume of food that I eat in pounds to the amount of waste that comes out the other end, it's not even 1/10. Sometimes it might be 1/20. It's a little tiny bit. And I know that because that material goes into the fermentation tank to help produce the strawberry poop gas. So again, and I know, oh, it's disgusting. It's the poopy talk. But, you know, when we look at our pets, a lot of times they'll check to see what's coming out the other end. And I think for us, sometimes that may be important. All right. So we have a lot of comments and questions, and there we go. All right. Let's see. I was sick this morning. Had to call out. Okay. Thomas was sick. Oh, that's not good. Sleep and food are overrated. 50-year-old who can bike for so long, you mean, is not healthy. Yeah, right? And I'm 58, and I can bike a long time with no water, no food, and I feel fine. Thomas, hope you feel better. 50-year-old hair, it says sense of heart disease. Well, and again, it's like my friend comes down, and his kid's like, your hair is so dark, and you're that old? Yes. I've had people comment many times. I have some of my friends, they keep saying, Rick, I want to know what color you put in your hair to look that way. I said, it's nothing. If you can see the eyebrows, the facial hair when it grows in, you can look at the hair on my body. It's all dark. I'm not going to show you the other parts, but there isn't a gray hair to be found anywhere on me. And if the carnivore diet was so dangerous and it aged you, like a lot of these vegans say, they say the carnivore diet ages you terribly. Can you explain me? And can you explain Maggie the Rancher? Have you seen the lady that's 85? Have you heard the way she talks? I still don't believe that lady's 85. That's kind of shocking to me. But then again, I just look in the mirror, I go, well, Rick, you're not doing bad for 58. You're actually doing pretty well. How many people do you know that have reached my age and have never had back issues and that are 6'6" and skinny? How many people do you know that have never had aches and pains? They've never had any chronic health issues whatsoever. No dental issues since teenage years. I don't have any problems, and I don't care. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Oh, there you go. All right, that's my why. I want to be able to play with my grandkids. Well, there you go. Well, if you're like me, now I don't have any kids. I never will. I don't have any grandkids, but I have friends that have grandkids, and I run around and play with them. They're over there, like his grandkid, he likes to hang on my arm and see how long I can hold him, and I'm walking around. He's hanging on there. He's trying to pull me, tug of war. It's kind of fun because, again, I'm old, and I don't feel like I'm old. I slept in today. We are going to Prairie DU Chain, Wisconsin, I guess, to the Blues Fest today. Nice. Well, I'm glad that you took some time to drop in here. We always like seeing Michael Pregler in the chat. Rick, you're not old. You're young at heart. Yes, Nancy Stark. Yes, I am. I believe that. I think I'm fasting today to get things straight. Well, if you don't feel well, sometimes that's a great idea. Whenever I get a stomach virus, I have no choice but not to eat, because if I eat, I feel worse. All right. And Jonathan, there we go. Jonathan is still here and bikes around with clogged arteries. Yeah, I always made the statements, I'll sleep when I'm dead. Too much to do, extremely detrimental to your health while asleep. Yes, it is. And it looks like Dan has finished his live stream. So, yeah, he got his hour in just a little bit later. And let me see if I can catch up. Okay, let's see. I'll get you eventually. I'm going to catch up. It's only a matter of time. Okay, we're getting there. Okay. I'm loving your motivational exercise new series. Thomas, yes, supported your endeavor and health. That's great. And Jonathan says, good day. Good idea, Thomas. Greetings to Jonathan. Why watch someone else do recreation when you can watch someone else for your own education? There you go. Good morning, Jonathan. Man, you look fantastic. Yes, he did. Well, he always looks fantastic. That's why he's Jonathan. And it's not easy with the children, housework, and hope you can have a rest while watching Rick. Yes, I hope that I am restful to some people. I weighed in at your weight today, 195. Well, that's great. You see? Now, it's sad because I consider myself to be too skinny. I should weigh what Sean Baker weighs. What does he weigh, 250? And he looks really good to me. But then again, there are some advantages. He says that he wanted to become thinner. And it makes you wonder, because I've watched him doing the skipping videos, and I can do those really easily. Okay, what is going on here? All right. Oh, come on. This crazy thing. Okay, there we go. Your microphone placement is perfect. Well, thank you. Thank you. I like having it. Like I said, I don't like that boom arm in front of me coming across. You can't see your body. That's just, I don't know. I would definitely change that. Okay, watch your workout and vibration plate. Question. Any idea when you'll have your truck running on back on the road? I have no idea. Every time that I'm working and doing stuff, I get further and further behind. I have a junk van and a 69 Charger I need to cut up. Then I got to finish my friend's truck, which has been sitting there for almost a month. He doesn't need it, but I need to fix that. And then after I get that done, I'll start working on my truck again. It may be weeks. Thank you so much. Yes, we're having a nice, slow, relaxing morning. Yes. Jerry, that's my weight, 195. Hey, I really wish you'd make some videos. You know, I see a little tiny picture over there. You know, looks like an older guy in really good shape, but I think you'd make some great videos. And we have 100% from Jerry. Good morning, Jonathan. Treasure moments, man, because years will fly by. Yes. And we have a hey to Robbie. It goes by so fast. I now have 5 great grandkids. Well, they're great. There you go. What a blessing. And I'm sure you keep up with them too, because you're in good shape. And speaking of carnivore celebrities, at looks like 8:16 a.m., we had Mitch. Good morning, everybody. Well, hello to Mitch. And good morning, Mitch. Hope you're doing well today. All right. Good afternoon, Jonathan. Hope you are enjoying the weather slightly milder now. Okay, so we'll go through there. Question for me. Have you tried coconut milk that you make yourself? Yes, I have drank coconut water at times. It's not the best tasting thing, but I can drink it without bad effects. I do eat coconut occasionally, although it's been probably a year since I've had any. But coconut is one of the plant-based foods that I can eat, which will not make me sick. I'm just not that crazy about the taste. Stick traveling back home, yes. Good morning, Professor Mitch. There we are. So let's see. And Danny in Boston. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Well, good morning. Are Mike and Mitch going to put the e-trike together today? That's a good question. I like the new way of displaying the comments. Bigger and better to see it on mobile. Well, this is because I'm using StreamYard. When I team up with Jonathan, not using StreamYard, but I'm using StreamYard, the comments are smaller. This is OBS. I'm doing this locally from my computer. I use a plugin for Google Chrome, and then I just overlay it as a browser. But yeah, it's a little bit different. This is the way I've done it for a while. I think that's going to be a cool machine. Well, he does like his scooters, and he's having fun with them. My air conditioner is acting weird. It's going up and down in speed. It sounds like a spaceship from that movie in the 50s, War of the Worlds. So hopefully it doesn't break down, because if the air conditioner breaks down, we'll have to cut the show short. It's way too hot. What setting did you change? Okay. Kilts had to be barefooted standing next to Rick. Okay. Well, let's see. Well, you know, Kilts is a small man compared to Rick, but a big man on the internet, a lot bigger than I am. And speaking of carnivore friends, Peter has popped in, and Peter sent me a little something, which I have right here. I got it a couple of days ago. And when I get caught up with the comments, I'm going to show you the goodies that Peter sent to me. Sent me a letter and sent me some really nice things that I can enjoy, along with some things for my little furry friends. So we'll go ahead and check that out. But we're going to let that sit there. We're going to catch up with the comments. Because remember, on my live stream, the most important thing are my viewers. Uh-oh. And the Black Menace is coming. I see you're looking at the package that Peter sent. Now, if you don't know who the Black Menace is, let me show you. This is the Black Menace. There he is. A cute little sweetheart. Love my kitten. I do love my precious little Black Menace. Love the little guy. This little guy follows me everywhere and sleeps in the bed with me. He just can't resist being around me. A furry little friend. So cute. It's, oh, no, don't use your teeth on me. You're a bad kitty. Yes, you are. No, he's a good kitty. Okay. Let me go back over here. Let's catch some comments. And they've gotten away from me. I'm catching up. Jonathan needs to bring his girlfriend back on again. She is so fun and lively. and brings good female energy and perspectives. We love Joe, don't we? Of course we do. And so does Jonathan. And that's a great thing. And my phone is going to ring. Who in the world would have dare to call me at this time? What in the world is that? Oh, not you. Don't bother me. Ugh, it's my vegan friend. Why would she call me now? Hey, if you want to contact me, call me on screen. Then everybody can hear what a wacky vegan friend I have. We have a good morning. I notice sunbathing reduces it and cold baths, lemon salt. Sound Rick. Okay. I do adore. Yeah. Well, my VU meter's moving, so hopefully the sound is still working. And there we go. Look at that. CV Carmack had dropped in, which is good. And we have a hey. Okay. I hope you, Miss Kitty, little Garfield, are doing well. Yes, they are. And thanks to you, they'll be doing even better. A fish soup with chili. Okay. Peter, are you off work this weekend? Okay. Let's see. Retail furniture. And Coach Angela Mullins. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Well, good morning. Good to see you again. See, again, I enjoy having our regulars. And here comes the comment that they made last week from Michael Pregler. Rick, I love your channel, and I believe you are one of the smartest dudes out there. And you know why? Because it takes one to know one. When you have someone like Michael Pregler giving you a comment like that, you know that it's a real comment. Milton, are you eating bubble wrap? What are you doing? Milton's chewing on bubble wrap. You silly cat. But I appreciate that. And again, this is a reason why I like coming here, because it seems like we attract the best people. Anyone that takes the time to pay attention to their health, anyone that's on this lifestyle, or even if you're on a plant-based lifestyle, if you're trying your best to get better, you're doing better than other people your age, you're keeping fit, you're moving, you're not giving up. That's the main thing. Never give up. I mean, come on. Even if you don't like exercising, at least go outside. You can be like me. I don't work out. I hate working out. I can do it, but I'm just not that crazy about it. But I have to go outside and do things. I have to build things. I have to go around. If I stayed indoors all the time, I'd be so unhappy. I probably would get a heart attack. But I love it. I can go outside. I can hop on my bike, or I can get in my car and go for a drive. Before they overdeveloped this place, I used to love to visit my friends down in Homestead, Redland, Florida City. Now it's just a bunch of apartment buildings. But when I move out of here and I have farmer friends, I'm going to go and visit them, and I'll work with them on the farm. Anything is better than sitting around and doing nothing. And really, even though I'm sitting now, I'm not doing nothing. I'm getting to communicate with the people I like. And speaking of carnivore personalities, there is our carnivore teacher, and we all know John Laspina. Hi, Rick. Wishing you and your viewers a great Saturday. Well, thank you. I hope you're having a great Saturday, too. I know that you were traveling. You were spending time getting out and about, which is good. It's just like I'm saying, being able to get around, meet different people, new places. And again, if you're not familiar with John Carnivore Teacher, you really need to check out his channel. And don't be offended by the alpha comment. I think he's just referring to being at the top, at the top of the list. You start at A and you work your way to Z. That's a good thing. So glad to have you here, John. And Mullins, okay. So we have more hellos. And Sandy says we had 52 watching at that time. That's actually really, really good. And my original interview with Rick is called A Meeting with Rick. Life is Ducky on Carnivore. Yes, I remember that. And you also made my heart attack chicken video. The first one to do the heart attack chicken was Carrie's friend. I don't know if you remember him. What was his channel called? Poco Moonshine Family. And he used the initials JT. He seems to have disappeared from the carnivore space. But him and Carrie were really good friends in the beginning. I always liked his channel. I had a lot of fun with him. It's a shame that he disappeared from the carnivore community. I hope he didn't go off carnivore and go into the duck food, but he has, he had a wife and, daughter and really a son. I mean, really nice. I'm thinking also about Carnivore Kip, who had the daughter. But anyway, good morning. And JT's story was inspirational. I'm surprised that it wasn't used in Carrie's Carnivore movie because JT was doing quite badly and he went on Carnivore and did a lot better. But again, when I do make the video on what I call them the carnivore, that disappeared, that's it. It's an oldie but a goodie. Yes. Good morning, everybody. I think the oldest interview that is still up there might have been the one with Barkay, but there was also Scott Everson, who is now the meat stock guy. That's another one. Wondering if Dr. Kiltsey's Dr. Berry. No, Dr. Berry had to deal with goats. He didn't have the time to go on Kiltsey's interview. He'll have to reschedule. I was actually looking forward to it, but it turned into sort of a meet and greet for the rest of us. I'm sure people were on there looking for Dr. Berry, and they were disappointed when they saw a big Quack and Kilts and a few of our friends. I think Kelly was there. Everyone kind of dropped in. It turned into a very lively discussion. When Kerry lost his wallet, which he eventually found, he decided to buy a smart card wireless tracker. They use the Apple Find My app, so I can't track my wallet in case I ever lose it. Okay. I lost my wallet, but I actually found it when I was going through my file cabinet. Somehow it fell in the file cabinet, which, it doesn't matter anyway. I don't really put anything in the wallet. I keep my driver's license in the file drawer. And my rule is this. When I go somewhere, if I'm not driving, I don't take the driver's license. I have a credit card. I never use it. I just take a little bit of money. So when I go to the store, let's say I'm going to go to Winn-Dixie or Aldi, I'll grab $20 or $30 or $40 and I'll put it in my pocket and I'll ride to the store. And then when I'm done, I just pay for it and go home. So I have no reason to carry a wallet. When I drive, I'll take out the wallet. I'll put the driver's license in there. I'll stick in a couple other things and some money, and then I'll go for a drive. So it all depends. Don't give up, Rick. One day you earn money on YouTube while having fun doing it. No one's ever going to pay me money on YouTube because I'm not going to shill any products and, but I don't care. I'm not worried about making money on YouTube. I have friends on YouTube, and that's what matters. Looks like credit card is slips off my wireless charging, slips in my wallet. Linda Flanagan. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Well, good morning. So I can track my wallet. Yeah. And a friend of mine did that with his car keys. Yes, at yellow. Peter, can you post the affiliate link in the chat here? Joke. Yeah, right. CV Carmack always making a joke there. And Peter says Rick is anything but normal. That is correct. So, greetings from San Diego. And let's see. Rick is so normal that he is abnormal. Oh, there we go with our resident comedian. There we are. Hi, Peter. My hair looks dark too when it is oily. Yes. Although you've seen me with no lard on my hair, and it's still dark. Okay. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Dr. Sean O'Mara has silver hair. Rick, I wonder how old is he? I think he is 62 or 63. Now, Dr. Sean O'Mara was not long-term carnivore. He's only been carnivore for a few years. And he's a doctor and a lawyer, so you could imagine why he has all that gray hair. But then again, just because he's got that white hair does not mean that he's unattractive. He likes to take his shirt off every now and then. You can see he looks pretty good for his age. He looks pretty good for any age. So I'm sure it'll be very effective for his marketing of his medical program. And Michael Pregler says, my hair has turned snow white. That is true. But how does the rest of your body look? That's what matters. The color of your hair is only a small part of it. You see somebody who's in good shape with white hair, a lot of times that actually makes them more interesting because you go, well, most of the people I've seen with hair like that are kind of dumpy. They got a gut. They're like skinny with a gut. That's the worst. The worst look in the world is to be skinny with a gut. In my opinion, that's like the bottom of the barrel. It's better to be fat with muscle than to be skinny with a gut. That is absolutely awful. And then, above that, of course, you'd be like skinny with no gut, like me. And then you have the lean and muscular. You have the more muscular, depending on how tall you are. The taller you are, the skinnier you can be and still be attractive. But when you're shorter, you want to build more muscles so you don't look like you're helpless. And then Julia, how are the kitties? I think I hear thunder. Hey, Rick and Milton from. Hey, there's Josie. We're talking about you earlier. Hello, fellow quackers. Well, you're good that you're here. You had a couple of compliments that someone had mentioned they wanted you to be here, and there you are. Our cat is my favorite kid. There we go. Rick is 14 at heart. You're probably right about that. Dr. O'Mara isn't Rick, plus CM approved. That is true. Carnivore muscle approved, yes. I have always noticed cats are moving a lot at night and sleeps a lot. Not my Milton. My Milton sleeps pretty much all night in the bed next to me. He's a good kitty. I love my Milton. He's so soft. He used to be active at night, but now he's active during the day. And then when I go to bed, usually he's not there. But somewhere around between the time I fall asleep and the time I get up to use the bathroom, he moves in. And he stays there. Now, I don't move or snore at night, so Milton, he sleeps with his back right up against mine. I sleep on the side, and there he is. And when I put my hand out, I always feel the fur, so I know that Milton is there. Once in a while, he'll leave if there's a cat fight or activity outside. He'll go to the window and show his dominance, but that's about it. And Peter has gone to Winn-Dixie, bought a jumbo pack of chicken thighs for 99 cents a pound, 4 ribeyes, 4 New York strips. Yes, they do have a sale, although $7.99 for steak is still above my budget, so I haven't been buying it. But I've eaten a lot of pork. They had all those 99-cent pork chops, and Presidente had the 58-cent chicken, so I gobbled up that. I've eaten a lot of pork and chicken. And a friend of mine gave me some ground beef that he had in his freezer that was old, and I've been eating that in the last couple days. We could go RFK Jr., doctor, and Sean O'Mara. So his doctor is Sean O'Mara. Okay, that doesn't surprise me. And again, RFK Jr., he's had kind of a rough life. He's been a drug addict and all that. But now that he's gotten older, he's gotten on testosterone, and I think he's eating some kind of a carnivore diet. People make fun of him a lot, but would you rather be like him, a little bit on the wacky side, or be like your typical 70-something who's just disgusting in the way that they look and act? When they're waddling around like a duck and breathing hard, and they look terrible. They make the excuse, oh, I'm old. Yeah, you're old, but you choose to be unattractive and unhealthy. That's your choice. You could choose to have a better physique. You could choose. You have the time. You're retired. You don't have to go to work. You get a pension. You get Social Security. You could choose to go to a gym. Instead of sitting around in a chair all day, you could go to a gym. Is that a bad thing? No. So don't blame being old for being out of shape and being unattractive. And let's see. Joe gave me the best back leg glute massage yesterday. I'm currently wearing the TENS machine she got me. Can't wait to use the fan at home. Nice. I'm not sure what a TENS machine is, but I'll have to look that up. Yeah, I just had the pit stop. 90 minutes left. Well, there you go. Jonathan, that's awesome. If you want Joe and I to go live with Rick next weekend, hit. Yes, there you go. And again, I'm always up for it. Whenever Jonathan wants to go live with me, I would definitely say yes. So unless I'm stuck working, which Saturday's my day off. Well, Saturday morning is my day off. I've been working Saturday afternoon for the last 3 weeks. But Saturday afternoon, I'm going to be working here in the quack zone. I got a lot to do. And actually, my friend that I work with gave me some Bobcat tires, so I need to put those on. Who is it? Let me get this. Hello? Yeah, good. I haven't been able to do it. I've been working, and then I was working at Al's lot. Do what? Oh, hold on. Okay. What was that? My phone is wacky. Oh, the whole truck? What truck is that? Huh. Really? Interesting. You getting rid of it? That's right. Well, I did the engine my friend gave me. I did get that rebuilt. I mean, I got it sitting on the patio. I just haven't put it in because I've been so busy, and then I've been cleaning up. Oh, I got an engine. I got the engine. It's sitting on the patio because I haven't had time to do it. I've been busy working. I had several jobs I had to do. Then my friend Al, we've been working at the lot. I mean, I've been nonstop running in circles. But yeah, right. I remember when you worked on it. I guess you don't use that anymore. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I'm sure they want to build apartments there. Mm-hmm. Did you decide where you're moving to? Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just have to look around. Right. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Well, I'm online right now, but I can call you back. Okay. Oh, now I got another call. All right. Now who's calling me? Oh, not you again. Sorry about that. That's a friend of mine that's moving away. Another one of my friends is leaving the area. Okay. Rick, don't change your background. We love the mic, not covering your face. We like your genuine old school book pillows, chargers. Yeah, that's going to stay with me. Don't worry. When I move, it's going to stay. Unless the place gets destroyed, it's going to stay. And Milton, he goes with the background. See? There he is. So some things will never stay. This is not going to be one of those professional YouTube channels. There we go. That is his late mom stuff. Yep, some of that is. Some of it's mine, though. I slept all night till my alarm went off at 6 a.m. Second night in a row since I got my new blue blocker glasses. They seem to really work because they used to be up several times during the night before. Well, I'm glad. A lot of people wear those red glasses. I don't, but I never had trouble sleeping. Yes, I absolutely love Maggie and the ranch. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? Why? Who in the world is that? Wow. I'm going to have to pull the plug on the phone system, I think. I guess that's what I'm going to do. I'll just shut it down. Ah, this is not so bad. Okay. Let's see. Oh boy. I'm on. I am so far behind today. It's incredible. When else? There we go. Yes. So when he came in, that was 8:36, and I'm almost what 20 minutes behind. I wear them at night before bed while watching videos. There you go. I don't watch videos at night. And Milton, don't eat the bubble wrap. That is not cat food. You silly put. What? I think Milton is excited about what's in the box. Look at that. What? You are a black menace. You know that? You are an absolute black menace. He is so cute. I love that cat. Jonathan, my idol. What's up, champ? There we go. And Terry P. Good morning, Rick and all. Well, good morning. And there's Lance, North Dakota Carnivore. Good morning, Rick. I guess you'll be having your live at 11. So keep an eye out for that. Late, but listening to you while hitting up a workout. Well, that's great. And again, check out his channel if you're not familiar with it. Subscribe to it. You'll like him. He's a lot easier to listen to than me. And he's better looking too. So you get everything you want in one place. All right. Do coffee normally give you palpitations? I don't know who that's for, but if it's for me, I don't drink coffee. See a lovely photo with your old lady recently, just on the way back from Joe's. And Milton is over here exploring the box at Peterson's. Let me just give you a Milton cam over there. There is Milton. Yeah, you'd rather look at this than look at me, because Milton's cute. Cute little Milton. I love my Milton. You're a menace. I'll put Milton there for you. Okay, let's see. It's very hot today. There's Milton causing trouble. All right. Okay. I am having a really hard time keeping up with the comments today. They keep popping in, but that means that I have a lot of good viewers. I am so far behind. I have officially joined Mitch. Good morning, Terry Pete. I do not want to do difficult exercises. I found an old photo of Sean Baker and I together. I was double the width back then. Joe saw it. You should post that. I'm sure it looks a lot different than the photo of Baker and me. It's like Baker standing next to a coconut palm. Cute Milton. Milton is very beautiful. Milton, are you trying to eat that? This cat is insane. Let me tell you, some benefits of your content, you get gifts. Yes, some people do send me gifts. And I guess that's a whole lot better than having YouTube take a cut of the contributions. People send me stuff directly. We have, think about it. I don't see him today, but we have Gary, the T-shirt mogul. He sent me a lot of stuff. We have Kurt, the Milton, what are you doing? The meathead, Kurt. We have Jerry, and we have Amy, and we have Juliet, Peter. We have a lot of people that have sent me stuff. Barry Simon. It's just amazing how many of the people in the carnivore community have taken the initiative. I never asked for anything, and they sent me things. My before and after photos are shocking. People do a double take when they see them. They can't believe what I used to look like when I was 320 pounds. I couldn't believe it either. Steadfast 420, good morning. Rick from Delaware. No Spud. Haven't seen one in a while. Used to look like Peter Griffin for Family Guy. She must have tagged me in it. I'm good, rested today, trying to show myself back in the carnivore chat since I've been away. Yes, you have been away. Vegan crashes. Oh, no. Let's get a call sometime. There we go. And let's see. Joe, watched you and Jonathan last weekend. It was great to see you. Hope you guys enjoyed Toy Story. Yes, they were here last weekend online. It's made my day. Thank you so much. And I do remember the singing also. Okay. Come on. Let me chip this back over here. We will. There we go. All right. Milton has given up on the box, and he's gone to do something else. Looks like Dr. Nelson dropped in. Well, good to see you here. Now, why can I not... My chats... Oh, there we go. It's gotten to be so many chats that the little thing here disappeared. Had my driver's license and CCW renewed 4 months for joining carnivore. People don't believe it's me in the pictures. I should really get those changed. Yeah, and if you want to see what Lance looks like, he shows before and after pictures when he does his live. And, you know, he's older. What are you, a year older than me? And he looks unbelievably good. I'm surprised that he was as fat as he is because he doesn't seem to have that much loose skin. I mean, when you look at his arms, they're relatively tight. So it's really amazing. I'm very, very impressed. Again, every time I see a success story, it makes me feel good because when I'm around successful people, it makes me more successful. That's the beauty of this community. And let's see here. And Jonathan says, Michael, yes, Rick is hyper intelligent. He makes me better at what I do inadvertently. That's good to know because I thought I'd be a quack and I'd make everybody else just wacky, waddling around, quacking. I don't take things seriously the way I talk about them, but I do take things seriously in person. It's just I like to maintain sort of a laid back and less. I don't want to stress people out. I don't want people to think I'm some kind of genius and then they don't want to get and talk to me. I'm pseudo-intelligent. I think most of us are. I loved it with so much of what I had hoped never will get old. Okay. Happy Saturday. Yes, it was lovely spending all this time with Jonathan. Okay, come on. I'll get you back. Oh, man, I'm going to have to come up with a better way of managing the comments. I wonder if can I make this window bigger? I could. I think what I'm going to do is just make the window really big and cover up my face because I don't need to see that. Nobody really needs to see that. I think most people go on this chat just to listen to the comments. And this will give me a more scrolling space. Yeah, that helps you. So I'll be spending all this time with Jonathan. We are a cute couple sitting holding hands while watching Toy Story. There you go. Most people, they would like to have a partner or close friend or whatever. There's only a few of us that don't. And we have a hello from Up Syndrome 4964, which I've never seen before. Hello, Rick. Well, hello. Glad you're here. I love the ringing phone bit. It's one of Rick's best comedy bits, along with the technical issues bit. Well, that's the reality of being a one-man show on YouTube and not having an assistant or marketing team or whatever. But that's fine. It's part of the charm of the YouTube channel. We have so many AI generated and so many heavily edited channels. I think the real channels are going to become. And as usual, Sandy wants the buy me a coffee link in chat, please. I will do that once I get caught up with the comments. Pushing fibers for propaganda, bought and paid for by multi-trillion-dollar industries such as Kellogg's, pushing their fiber cereal on us. That is correct. And Kellogg's was designed to prevent impure thoughts. So Kellogg is the anti-Viagra. We have a hi to Robbie. Still waiting to watch a heart attack duck video. You need it for Jerry's when keto and carnivore clash. I will do that. Once I fix my truck and I reopen the executive suite, we will be fattening ducks, and the duck guillotine will be coming out of storage. It hasn't been used in more than a year, and we're going to make sure that it is sharp and clean and ready to go. It is the only stainless steel guillotine blade that you will ever see, and it does a very effective job at preparing the ducks. And at that point, we had 72. Very nice. Linda McDaniel, good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. I can't trust my teenage daughter to upgrade her grocery selections with the money I provide. She came back with Mountain Dew, Cap and Crunch, and frozen cookie dough. Ew. Are you sure she doesn't have feathers and goes whack, whack, whack? Yeah, ugh. Hey, I discovered that ducks like to eat stovetop stuffing. I didn't even know what stovetop stuffing was. I just remember the commercials. It looks pretty nasty. But the ducks did eat it. You're expected to have an ID on you at all times. I'm amazed at how many people run around with any. It's how you became a Joan or Don Doe. Okay. Well, I think I'm pretty easy to identify because there's only one Rick. Buy the man a damn bean soup. Send what you can here. Okay. Jonathan has posted the link, and I should pin that, or he could pin it. Okay. That's why I have Jonathan as a moderator, the one and only. Because not only is Jonathan intelligent, but he's also intimidating. Those are the items that get fully consumed. The produce and bread do not. Yes, unless you have ducks. Okay, same. That was the other thing. You missed my question about the organ meats. You eat them. I didn't even see it. I guess YouTube, I don't know why it didn't come up. I used to eat a lot of liver. It got too expensive, so I stopped eating it. But up until about a year ago, 2 years ago, I ate it regularly. I would eat probably 3 times a week, a bit of liver. Hi, John. If any of you aren't watching John's channel, you are, and let me reset the chat again because it got away from me. You are missing out. His videos are terrific, super informative, lots of great info, and they're not too long. So it's nice to watch him, and you can see he's very intelligent. He is a retired teacher, and he's actually another success story. He went from being unhealthy to being healthy with the carnivore diet. Doesn't really organ meats, mostly cheap cuts in the pot, meat fried in lard. Yes, yogurt and cheese. If he has spare money, he will have egg. Yeah, that is correct. Jonathan is absolutely correct. I'm on the budget side of the carnivore diet. When liver was cheap, I ate a lot of it. But when it got expensive, I stopped eating. It's like bacon. I don't eat bacon unless somebody gives it to me. I don't eat bacon. I generally eat pork shoulder instead, and that's it. So, and we have Patricia Boltler saying, hi, Rick. Hello. And she loves a bit of liver. My grandpa always used to make steak and kidney pie, but I've not had it since she passed away. Grandma, okay. Yeah, Grandma, there we go. We have a hello, Amanda. Number of viewers, 36 likes, 74 viewers. Come on. Yes, Jonathan is right. Make sure you click like before you disappear. And let's see. Toy soldiers, that's an old one. Like to get Terry in front of them. Okay. Thank you for sharing the coffee link. I used it. Well, thank you, Carnivore Karen P. Appreciate that. Hope you're over the awful summer flu now. Yeah, that thing's been going around. I got a friend that still got it. It worked on me, but it lasted about 3 days and it disappeared. Understand why not to eat organ meat when it tends to be cheaper. If it is cheaper, I eat it, but it's hard to get now, at least in Poland. I used to get liver for 69 cents a pound until a few years ago. Then it was like $1.50 a pound. Now I can't even find it. I don't know what happened to all the beef liver. And they haven't even had beef heart either. I'd have the heart. I've had all kinds of offcuts. They seem to be disappearing now. I don't know what's going on. Try liver cooked in butter. I've had raw liver. You might want to limit the amount of organ meats for the liver case. High amount of vitamin A. Too much can be toxic. That is true, depending on the animal especially. But I would have probably a half a pound of liver per week for many years. And I was fine. And copper too high. Maybe that's why my hair stayed dark. Vitamin A for organ meats will cause toxicity unless you're eating polar bear liver, carnivorous high retinol yield mammal. That's right. Beef heart is like muscle meat. RK said that even on one of his lives. Yeah, it is. It tastes the same too, by the way. Jonathan is definitely a keeper. Yes, tongue is delicious. I've had that too. Cow tongue is delicious. We eat the hearts out of animals we kill. That's about it. Don't touch the liver or anything. Okay, so when you go hunting, you do eat the heart out of the animal. That's good. And I know you're a big-time hunter, which is great on the carnivore diet. Copper is a heavy metal that can displace over metals, namely zinc. My guideline is to not have organ meats beyond 5% of total nutritive value of your daily intake, just to be sure. That's a good point. That is a very good point. The zinc deficiency is a problem for many people. Okay, and, oh, we're catching up. I am actually catching up. I'm amazed. But now this thing has gone into permanent scroll mode. I think my mouse has a loose connection, so sometimes the scroll button accidentally gets clicked. So let's do this. Liver's amazing, but you cannot have too much of it. I don't know. Some people do. Okay. The bug sure threw me for a loop. Yeah. The heart is muscle. Bart is correct. That is right. Have it once a week. Rick gets more phone calls on Saturday morning than I do in a month. I heard from some people the tongue is the best. It's good. If you can get it, try it. I used to eat a lot of liver before I started working. It is the cheapest meat available in the UK. Well, I guess it's a regional thing. Haven't eaten tongue for a while, but it's very good. Yes, it is. And there's Aaron. Good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. Glad to see you drop in. Chicken drumsticks are the most cost-effective in the UK. Same thing here, too. And I've got a few. I've got some thighs. I like the fattier peats of chicken. And they're always cooked in liver. They're cooked in lard or tallow. Liver, I don't cook that much because it makes it worse. Okay, so we have some good mornings going here. You don't watch any cartoons? Of course I did. Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, all the stuff that was around in the 70s. Okay, eat liver. Yeah. Agree with that. And Uncle Charlie says, good morning, Rick. How you doing, buddy? I'm doing pretty good. My air conditioner, though, has gone into some kind of strange mode. It's blowing cold air. The speed is going up and down. I think it's got a mechanical issue, but hey, cold is better than hot. Milton is such a handsome cat. Clears he loves you. Yes, he does. Milton does love me. So the only long-term relationship I've ever had is with a cat because they like me. And Dr. Nelson says that Jerry is the fasting champion. 40 days. That's a long time. The most I can go without eating is about 12 hours. When I think about how those animals are fed, it gives me ick, but I can afford lamb, deer, and beef. Yes, I agree with that. Of course, I've had duck, and I feed them all kinds of stuff that I wouldn't eat, but what can you do? They love it. They seem to get fat on it. Okay, Dr. Nelson, how are you today? So I am privileged. Yes, you are. Milton is so shiny. Milton is very healthy. He's an amazing cat. And Dr. Nelson says hello to everyone. And we say hello. Haven't seen you. I hope that you've been feeling good and you've been active. And Lance is going out for a walk before the heat. Currently 66, forecast 102. Wow. Have a great morning, everyone. Well, thank you. And we'll see if we can catch you when you have your live, if I get off this live early enough. Hello to Dr. Nelson. Hope you are well. It was fun. I watched you guys. I ate fried whole eggs at 400 degrees for 8 minutes. They turned out okay. Oh, okay. And we have, 30 minutes. Aaron, you're like Wonder Woman. Well, there you go. And a good morning to Dr. Nelson. Air fryer. Are you going strong? Okay. Let's see here. I didn't see Dr. Nelson now and Dr. Kills Live. It's been a while. My cell phone ringtone is the same as Rick's phone. Yep, that's right. Great minds think alike, Rick. Yes, they do. I appreciate that. He's having a break. Yes, he is. Your progress shows so well. Glad to see you here. Again, glad that you've dropped into my live. I'm amazed that anyone would take their valuable time and drop into my live where I just talk about a whole lot of nothing. Before and after Papa Carnivore. You live in North Dakota. I think you're off to the charts, brilliant, and yet so down to earth. That combo is why I love your channel very much. Well, thank you to Venetian Cat. Appreciate that. And I'm a cat person like you. Dr. Nelson, I see you. And let's see. Good one, Dr. Nelson and Peter. Duck eating season is coming. Yes, it is. I love Milton so much. You and me both. For anyone that missed it, support my friend. There's the Buy Me a Coffee link. I cannot wait for fattening ducks process. Haven't found any videos. I'm very interested. I will have to do that. Hopefully YouTube doesn't delete it like they did my last one. Okay. Bought a Blue Locker glass and slept through the night. 2 nights in a row since I got them. So Peter likes the orange glasses. It's really working. Placebo effect, I'm not sure. Hey, if it works, it works. I believe they help. We know Jonathan uses them quite often. Carnivore muscle, intelligent and intimidating. Rick, I want a t-shirt with that on it. Well, there you go. How do you cook your pork shoulder? I just boil it, but I'm a quack. Try and see what happens. Pork shoulder on the smoker and leave it. You can do that too. If you like the smoked pork, that's a good way to do it. The good thing, pork is one of those meats that has a lot of fat. If you can cook it at a lower temperature for a longer time, it usually tastes better. The worst thing you do to pork is overcook it. It dries out. When pork is cooked, you want to try to keep it moist. Otherwise, when it dries out, it's very unpleasant. I smoke it too. Yes, pork shoulder sliced. Bravo has organs. Okay. Well, there's no Bravo supermarket within a bike ride of this place, but I know they have them at Extra Supermarket. That's a little bit of a stretch, but I haven't been riding a bike much. I've been so busy working. I just have not had the time. I'm going to try to do a bike ride today, but it may be raining today, so I may have to put it off to another day. I may have to do it tomorrow morning. Put the roast in water in my crock pot, season it up. There we go. Cook it that way. Pork shoulder is so delicious and so economical. One shoulder goes a long way. Yeah, I can get 3 meals out of it. 78 watching at that 9, what is it? 9:12? Oh, I'm catching up. I'm getting there. And Lovely Joy Roseanne's. 1793, good morning, Rick and Milton, watching from Philippines. Quack, quack, quack. Good morning. Glad that you are here. I have one in the crock pot right now. I put it on low. No liquids. Mine should be done in about 6 hours. Easy peasy and doesn't heat up the house. So there you go. Is sardine high in zinc? I don't know. That would have to be a Google one. I'm not sure. And Booby Goat says, yeah, it's pork. I'm scary. To some people you are, but to Joe you're not. So obviously there's some people that think that maybe scary and sexy are the same thing. You don't put the pork roast in any water. I'll have to try that. I cook it. Kids will eat it if I make a barbecue sauce. I like it plain with seasoning. Yes. They don't really like pork. Well, that's interesting. I love pork. You are scary when we misspell your name. That is true. He doesn't like that. Just like a chuck roast, no water. If it's that easy, why don't you make a video? Maybe my carnivore and keto collide series. Yeah. I know I love Chafee. I look at it this way, at least you contributed. Okay. Jonathan, your big teddy bear. Although you don't let me cuddle you like I cuddle my teddy bear. Well, I don't know. It's pretty big to try that. It'd be like cuddling Milton, except Milton has claws and teeth. But he's nice. If you know, you know. That is correct. If you know, you know. All right, let's see. Frozen in the crock pot, it turns out amazing. Does the meat stick to the bottom of your crock pot, Terry? I get depressed and lazy after not eating. Yeah, I get lazy if I don't eat my regular meals. I start to get tired. It's weird. I guess I don't have dirty hands to walk around my kitchen with a phone. Okay. My phone is attached to the wall in my kitchen. We put our beef in the slow cooker water and let it sit overnight ready to go. Next day makes fantastic gravy. It's raining here. I think high is going to be in the 50s. Feasting time saver. Probably be getting the cool that we just had. Last 2 days we're going back up to the 100+ heat index. Wow. I've not had that happen. Lots of fat. You have to cook it low for that reason. I put up with the fat cat on top when I place it in the crock. Usually I add onions. What is the take on your pressure cooker? We're melting our own cheese up here in Wisconsin. Nice. Fondue for everybody. Oh, it's like the 60s all over again. Fondue party. It's super hot and humid in South Florida today like a sauna. Yes. Rick was feeding the ducks with chicken breading or something. Stovetop stuffing. I have an Instant Pot pressure cooker, but I've never used it. I think I'm going to give it away to someone who can use it. I'm in Northeast Iowa today, low 80s. Great time to go to a blues concert. Well, that sounds good. How do you cook ground pork, Rick? I really don't deal with ground pork. I just cook the pieces whole. I like them better that way. Sometimes I'll grind pork and beef together when I'm low on money to make my heart attack burger. The people that did the pictures only and then typed out the recipe, put those on Facebook, those were really nice too. I took them and put them on YouTube as a post for this month. I get to see 5 bands today, and the headliner is Albert Cummings, and I absolutely love him. I have to look that up. I'm not sure who he is. Do the same whenever I bring pork or deviled eggs to events. It's the first food to disappear. People did the pictures only and then typed out the recipe and put those on Facebook. Those are really nice too, and I took them, put them on my YouTube as a post for the month. And Wisecrackers, Sup Meatheads. Hey, good to have you here. Do the deviled eggs. I love deviled eggs. And Venetian Cat loves the blues also. And I think I've reached the comments. Let me see how many I missed. I don't see any that I missed. So I've done really good. Vinegar yesterday, make pickled eggs. I love deviled eggs. People use regular mayo, which is loaded with seed oils. No bueno. My Fed makes deviled eggs, special occasions. Excellent. All right. Now, we've caught up with the comments, and it's about 9:20. So what I want to do, I want to take a look at what my friend Peter, Papa Carnivore, sent. He threatened to send a care package. It was not ticking. There was no explosion. So let's see what we have. Now, first of all, here's something I really like. These beef sticks. Now, these are great when you want to pretend like you're Mitch and you don't want to smoke a cigar. You can simply take one of these and put it in your mouth, and it makes it look like you're smoking a big cigar. So we have 2 of these. Very, very nice. And here we have Kipper snacks. So we get a little seafood thing going on here. We got a can of sardines. What else have we got here? We got 2 more of these Kipper snacks, which is very nice. And now for our furry friends, we have some goodies from Aldi. We have the little, looks like the dog treats. These look really good. We have filet mignon flavor. We have prime rib flavor. So we have 2 of each. So those will go for the kitty cats. We also, this is something I haven't had in a really long time. This is a huge treat. Cod liver. I haven't been able to enjoy a cod liver in at least 8 years. Did you get these from Aldi? I've never seen them. And Milton, he's over here. He's exploring. He says, where's mine? See, Milton's smart. He knows. Look at Milton. See him? There he is. Come on, Milton. He can't resist looking in that box. All right. So let me move this table. There we go. So I'm going to enjoy this. And also from Aldi, we have here the stuff that I get for my kitty cats. Various flavors. We have the fish flavored. We have another one of the fish, 3 of the fish flavors, and we have 2 of the turkey flavors. So the kitty cats are going to have a nice little banquet going here, and I'm going to enjoy this myself. Sardines and Kipper's Nest, good stuff. So, Peter, Papa Carnivore, excellent. I appreciate that. Let me see. This is an 8 count. Wow, these almost look like cigars, don't they? Let me pull one of these out of here and let's see what we're dealing with. Looks good. Look at that. Individually wrapped. Love that smell. Oh. Now, for those of you that like cigars, this is Rick's version of a cigar. It's nicely packed. So I'm going to enjoy a carnivore cigar. Yes. If I could figure out how to open it, I'm sure Milton can help me. You want a carnivore cigar, Milton? Look at Milton. He's like, look. You're a black menace. You're so cute. All right, so we will pull this out. Oh, that looks good. You want this? All right. Much better than a cigar. Much better than a cigar. Yummy, yummy. Love it. Milton, what are you doing? Crazy cat. All right. Let's see. Comments are coming in strong again. I make my own mayonnaise for them. Right on, Julia. Okay. When I make deviled eggs, I use chosen avocado oil mayo. And you know, I've made mayonnaise from coconut oil, and I made it from lard. I used to make tartar sauce when my mom and I would have shrimp together. One of the things that was kind of bad about my version of the carnivore diet, most of the things my mom liked, I couldn't eat. But I got creative. And I didn't have the benefit of having YouTube, because you got to remember, even though I kind of knew that there was a carnivore diet, I had... What are you doing, Milton? Oh. Milton's in the box now. Cats love boxes. Question from Jerry. Can I call you out? What? Okay, come on. Where did my comments go? Okay, here we go. Why is this comment is like dropped down? Let me go back over here. Browser. Okay, I think that'll be a little bit easier to see. That's really good. Can I call you out to do a recipe video for me for the series When Carnivore and Carnivore Collide and have it ready by Thursday, July 30th? I'll be ending the series. Well, let me know what the recipe is, and I'll do it for you. If I got the ingredients, I'll make it happen. That's what I use, plus Zim's olive oil. These things are delicious. Wow. This tastes really good. Sim's grass-fed original beef sticks. These things are addictive. I got to put it back because I don't want to eat the whole thing in one sitting. Much better than a cigar. I don't think cigars taste as good. Deviled eggs are so yummy. What meal or conversation do you recommend? Anyone? Help a new ketovore. Well, if anyone has an idea for deviled eggs, please let Wisecracker know that. Peter, you sound like an excellent cook. He probably is. I see avocado mayo. I just finished making loganberry jam. Picked the berries this morning. Oh, I'm not sure what a loganberry is. Cute Milton. He is cute. And he's over there having fun. Now he's run off to the other room. I love cod liver. You and me both. I can't wait to dig into that delicious thing. Milton is Peter's biggest fan. Yes. Yes, he is. Dr. Berg loves cod liver. You know, Dr. Berg always seemed like a little bit of a grifter to me, but when I got to see him in person, it was kind of interesting. I didn't realize how tall he was. And he's, 62? He looks pretty good for his age. So I think there is some wisdom there. He just pushes the plants a little bit more than I would. Cats love boxes. Yes, they do. Peter, very thoughtful of you. Yes. Want to keep cats and kids busy for a while. Put a bunch of empty boxes around. Yes. I agree with that. I agree with that. You eat it with meat. My best boy is a kid. You know, I'm like a big kid. I'm one of those kids. I used to love my Tonka trucks and my little construction machines. I had the Tonka bulldozer, the Tonka excavator. I had a pile of sand in the backyard, and I'd go there and play around with this thing. It's a shame when I moved out, my parents, they had the Tonka toys in the garage with some pool chemicals, and everything rusted out into nothing. It's a shame. All my toys got destroyed. But making your own mayonnaise is really simple. All you need is an emulsifier, eggs, avocado oil, and a real olive oil, rice vinegar, and salt. Rice vinegar. Okay. Milton, what are you doing? He's tearing something apart. Milton, what are you doing? Milton is a black menace. He's so active. Milton, why are you running around like a maniac? Come here. Come here, Mr. Milton. Oh, you're so cute. Milton, no. You're a bad Milton. Milton. No. Be nice, little Milty. Hi, little Milty. Look, sweetie. You're so cute. Okay, Milton. Let me show everybody my friend Milton. He's a sweetie. Look at this cute little kitten. 14 pounds of black menace. Here you go. Look at Milton. Look at those eyes. Look at Milton. I love my Milton. I know Milton is a menace, but I love Milton. He's the cutest fur ball that I've had in a long time. Miss Kitty's cute too, but Milton is cute in a very unique way. And now he's chewing on the bubble wrap. Milton. Milton is a menace. I love Milton. I mean, he makes Live at 8 with Rick interesting and not boring. I love unboxings. Yes, and I've done unboxings because you're one of the people who sent me a box. All the gooseberries and wild raspberries around here are ripe at this time of the year. Well, if you like them, you can eat them. It doesn't matter. You know, even cats will eat fruits at times. And I heard someone on the internet talking about that, believe it or not, cats actually seek out and eat certain fruits. I know cats eat grass. I think it's to make them throw up. but they were saying that in the wild, including lions, by the way, will seek out and eat certain plants at certain times. And no one can deny that a cat, a tiger, or lion is a carnivore. So they do eat some plant material. And I think for a person who's healthy and their metabolism is not broken, survival foods, plant foods, are fine. There's nothing wrong with that. We have a good morning from A. Mason. Hey, good morning. I have a lot of deer hunting neighbors, and they load me up with hearts and liver. Lucky you, because there are no deer left here. We're all just apartments and crap. In fact, I've been getting a commercial from the apartment complex they built down the street. It's really corny. I'm going to have to do a screen capture and record this so I can critique it, because it's really sad. That used to be a U-pick field, and they got rid of that and they put apartments in there. They're the typical black, white, and gray generic crap. Now, again, I'm not against apartments per se. I think that having apartments in a city is important, but there should not be apartments in the suburbs. I think there's no need for that. We don't need apartments here. We got too much traffic. Apartments should be next to railroads. They should be next to subways. Apartments should be next to public transportation. That's where they belong. Apartments could also be next to large corporate complexes where people work. That would be ideal, because if you happen to work, let's say you worked at a tech company and the area you lived in was expensive, you could have apartments nearby and you wouldn't have to have a car. You could simply walk to work, or you could even have a hallway connecting the two buildings. But out here, it's unnecessary. Also, apartments are good around colleges and universities. That's a great place to have them, because when you're in college, you probably don't want to deal with parking and cars and whatever, but whatever. Peter with the Rick gift basket, yes. And we have a like over there from Michael Pregler about hunting. Hello and good morning, Sandy. I make my own sour cream yogurt. Dr. William Davis, stuffed lactobacillus. Yeah, see? I make my own yogurt as well, although I haven't been making it in a while, and I need to start doing it. I haven't had yogurt for 2 weeks now, so I'm going to have to start all over. I think my culture may have gone bad, but otherwise I'll go to Aldi and get some more yogurt and start all over again. How do you make mayonnaise out of lard? Very simple. When you live in Florida where it's hot and humid, you just don't turn your air conditioner on, and then you mix the vinegar and the eggs and the lard together, and you whip it up, and you make yourself mayonnaise. But if you're like me, you turn that mayonnaise into tartar sauce to use on your fish. When I make heart attack fish or heart attack shrimp, then I like to use the tartar sauce. So my friends, they come over. Everybody loves my fried fish. The funny thing is that all my carnivore foods are liked by all my friends except my vegan friends. And I think secretly they'd like to eat it too. 2 jars from mother, have 2 jars for my friend. Boy, that beef stick was absolutely delicious. I'm having a craving for another one. See, I'm addicted to this stuff. That's the problem. Rick will do it. Yes. Rick always tries to help out fellow carnivores. Conversation. Conversion. Okay. Yeah, it's spelled correct. I hate that. What about your children? Animal-based. Trying recipes. Just don't eat anymore. Good morning, sweetie. Okay. So, slice, tenderize, and batter the egg and pork panko. The heart. Okay, so that's good. Fry in tallow or bacon grease. I plan to mix liver and pemmican. That's good. I've put liver in burgers more than once. No children, and no, I did not eat them. Okay. Late to rise today. Berg stopped pushing plants as much as he used to. He's more medicinal with them. Well, that's a good improvement. Maybe he's switching over to carnivore. I personally love to cook and come up with a lot of different things, different types of meat to keep exciting. You know, the more that I learn about Michael Pregler, the more interesting you seem to be. You seem to be the kind of person that, would make a good friend because you do a lot of different things. You keep active. And what are you? You're what, 60, 65 now or something like that? I think it's good. People that are older should be more active than when they're younger, because you don't have to do the work grind every day. You should be taking that time and doing things that you couldn't do when you're younger because you had to spend all your time slaving at work. Okay, loganberries are a raspberry blackberry cross. I didn't know that. I sense some honesty about Dr. Berg, and he looks reddish healthy. I haven't seen his videos in a while. Skin now before with his old videos. Maybe there is something with the arugula plant. Dr. Berg is honest about being a duck food addict before. Yeah, that's true. He did mention that. Okay, I could come over. Let me know when you're on Plymouth. Good morning. Is Lewis here? I didn't see Lewis. I sent my stepdaughter to the ER. I think it's a toxy leafy green for some people. Arugula, yeah. And they do slip it into a lot of salads. My mom used to like something called a spring mix, and it had arugula in it. But I always hated salad. I find salad disgusting. I can't believe anybody would eat that crap. The only plant I like is the Musa banana fried in lard. That is one of the few plants that I can eat. As you know, potatoes affect me really badly. Potatoes give me stomach aches and gas. They're toxic to me. But if I want something similar to a fried potato, I will simply go out of my yard, get a plantain or burro banana, and fry that, and it's fine. But the thing is, like all plant-based foods, it's a survival food. I can eat a bit of it, and then I lose interest totally. Now, when it comes to something like this is a problem because these meat sticks, I'm looking at this bag, and I'm saying, you know what? I'd like to have another one of these. And if I don't keep these things away from me, I'll eat the whole thing, and it'll be like, where did it go? So I am addicted to certain things, like meat, okay? So I can't resist this stuff. The duck food, I could care less about. My favorite place in the world to be, it's in the wilderness with my longbow. That's great. And that's where you should be. There's no reason to be indoors when you could be outside hunting. Not only that, not only is getting the animal, cooking it up the good part, it also takes a lot of skill. Your eyesight, your hearing, the way you think when you're hunting. Even me, when I'm going urban hunting and I'm trying to get my hands on a nice, tasty duck or iguana, I'll go over there by the canal or by the park, and I'll listen, and I'll look, and I'll stay still. I'll be there with my crossbow, and I'm just relaxing. Maybe over there on the other side of the turnpike, and I see something move, and then I move in slowly. And iguanas are really good. They know where I'm at. But you can kind of predict what they're going to do. They're over there. They're on a papaya tree. They're up in the coconut tree. Maybe they're in a royal palm trying to eat berries. And I'm waiting there with that crossbow. I'm just sitting there. And when the moment's right, I got them lined up. I get them about 50% of the time. The best hit, and they're right there on the tree, right up like on the coconut tree. You get them right there, and you just drop straight down. The bad ones, you don't get them in the right spot, and they run around, and you got to go looking for them. Sometimes you lose them, but usually I'll get them. But if you're using a longbow, you got to have the strength. Like I said, I wish you made videos. I'd really enjoy that. Jerry likes the oxytocin boost of giving, as most of us do. And you know, that's the other thing. They talk about there's more happiness in giving than receiving. The reason is, when you have the ability to give something to someone, like, I don't have any money to give anybody, but I give people my time, and I give them the advice. And I think in many ways they appreciate that, because when you're helping somebody out, if you had to pay somebody to do it, that costs a lot of money. But if you can help them out without charging them, it's the same thing as if you're giving. It's actually better than giving them money because there's more value to it. And the other thing, when you're able to give, that means you have extra. And it makes you feel good. When you're struggling and you can barely get by, you can't give anything to anyone because you don't have it. It makes you feel really bad. The thing is, when you have people that have a lot of money and they don't give it to anyone, there's a whole Scrooge thing going on. That's a miserable person. But when you have an abundance and you give it, I mean, look in the carnivore community. We have some people in here that are, a lot of them. A lot of my viewers are very nice. We even have some of the famous people. Look at Dr. Kiltz. He's always giving stuff to people. He doesn't ask for anything in return. I appreciate that. Let's see. Okay. I absolutely love cucumbers and green peppers. Or feeling something green? Which are my go-to? Well, cucumbers and green peppers are low carbohydrate. And if you really like cucumbers and peppers, you ought to learn how to ferment them. Fermented, pickles, fermented pepper sauce. I know a lot of the carnivore community, they love a pepper sauce. These beef sticks have a little bit of spiciness to them as well. They're actually quite tasty. I can only eat one loose of banana. If it's cooked in lard, not good, I'll eat 4 pieces of it. Well, there you go. Deep fried bananas are tasty. So many berry bushes, and she grows veg, apple, pear, trees, grapes in her greenhouse. She's always trying to get me to eat. Well, I guess people like to share it. Now, I give away my fruits and veggies, but I don't ask people to eat it. They come to me wanting it. For yours. You eat fruits. You're a pretty funny lady. I'll enjoy watching you. Yeah, exactly. One thing I definitely avoid is most fruit, too much human interference in them to eat them. Well, what is the native fruit in Iowa? I know pawpaws, they grow up there. I wonder if there's any other native fruit that's edible. And here's our cool man here. Good morning, Rick. How is the weather today in Miami? Somewhere between 90 and 95 degrees right now. Well, maybe 88 and 92 degrees. It doesn't get to 95 for a couple more hours. And 80% or more humidity. My windows are so fogged up I can't even see outside. I like some buttered carrots in my steak every now and then. I hate carrots. I've always found carrots disgusting, but some people like them. I travel by bus. Workway would be easier. Okay. Over there in the UK. My friend got a few greenhouses, and she grows organic stuffs like the ones that you like. Well, there you go. And, the funny thing is, people who garden live longer than those that don't. At least you're eating meat sticks, yes. But we're going to put these away, or they will all disappear. I have a bad habit. It's like one time somebody brought me a rib roast as a gift. One of my friends. What happened was they made a rib roast. The family didn't want all of it, so they gave the rest of it to me. It was probably a 4-pound rib roast they brought me. They had eaten part of it, and then they gave me the rest of it. Well, guess what? It was cold when I got it. I was going to heat it up, so I took a piece of it. I ate it. I took another piece. I took another piece. I was talking on the phone. I was doing some work around the house. So I go, okay, let me put the rib roast away so it doesn't go bad. And I look around. I'm like, where's the rib roast? The plate was sitting there, and I'm looking all over. I look in the refrigerator. I look in the kitchen. I'm looking everywhere to figure out where the rib roast went. And then I realize I ate it. All that was left was bones and a few scraps, and that was it. So that's what happens. Okay, by the theater. Friend managed to get you to enjoy her berries and fruit too. Okay. Fish and eggs without chicken, pork, or beef. I think meat is really needed. You can be satisfied with only eggs and fish. That's probably true. Some people eat that way. Glad you enjoy the videos. There we go. She thinks I'm being brainwashed and unhealthy. Been a raw vegan for a few years, and the rest junky vegans at 13 years. Princess Theater. Better give than receive. Yeah. In my book, there is no U-Haul that is behind it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I hear rumbling. I wonder if that's thunder. We'll look forward to June. Joe is so for Josephine. That's a good question. Where in the world? Oh, comments gotta go. Okay, we have a question. Jerry, can you get someone to show me how to ferment my peppers and cucumbers? I always buy the Polish sour pickles. Polish sour pickles. Okay. All you have to do is get some salt and water. It's a simple process. They actually have videos on it on YouTube that tells you how to do it. It's almost like sauerkraut, just larger scale. I avoid the vegetables that grow on the ground. Yes, the rule of Rick's heart attack diet, you don't eat raw leaves, you don't eat stems, you don't eat roots, and absolutely under no conditions eat seeds. That's my rule. Everything else, that's up to you. You want to eat some seasonal fruit? Go for it. Like I said, even a cat. I've had cats that eat fruit. Milton, believe it or not, he likes to eat Suriname cherries. Why would he eat that? I give it to him once in a while. It seems to be fine with him. I don't know why he likes those things. My full name is Joanne Michelle because my dad is Joannis Mitchell. So I always shorten it to Joe because my dad is a big personality. Well, there you go. Now the question has been answered. I think sugar apple is still a natural fruit since it's very seedy and not so sweet. That could be it. And we do have them here. Or swamp apple. I gave a friend a ride that knows I'm carnivore. Instead of gas money, he paid me in grass-fed beef. Well, there you go. See? And I like those trades where you do different things. That's one of the great things about knowing people. And again, you know, I've been helping my friend out with a Bobcat, and he managed to find 2 really good used Bobcat tires. He wanted to get 4, but they only had 2. But they're those heavy-duty Bobcat tires, the ones that don't puncture easily, and mine are almost bald. So this is a great improvement. If I could find 2 more, little Bob would be super happy. But we've been using the Bobcat to move stuff around. I demolished a camper with it, and then we took out a Winnebago. There's a couple more campers we got to demolish. There's some more scrap to move. And, I mean, Bob's got some problems, but it's old. It's a 96 model. It's 30 years old. I paid $1,500 for the thing back when I got it. It had problems, and I fixed it. But as you know, I'm a big fan of the Bobcats and the skid steers because they are a problem solver. When I brought the van, my dad's old van here, I use that to move it around the yard. I pull the engine out of my truck. When I trim my trees, it's one of the best homesteading tools, I think, yet. Now, let's talk a little bit about some of the things that are online. Now, I'm going to go over here to my link, and I am going to see how, first of all, how many people I have in my chat right now. Okay, let me close this one because that was Dan's chat. And here I am. Oh, wow. Is that, how many people do I have? It looks like I have 81 people watching right now. That is absolutely fantastic. Now, I wanted to show you a little video that I was watching from our favorite fruity friend. Let's see over here. So we'll go to the history. Now, I put in Fruity Paul. I get some weird videos, but let me see what we got here. Okay. All right. Let's see. Where in the world? Where's Fruity Paul? I don't see it. Shorts. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. It helps if you click the right one. Yes. Okay, so I don't see Fruity Paul. That's weird. Okay. I wonder why that... Oh, wait a minute. There it is. There's Fruity Paul. Did anybody see this video? don't think it's not scaled right, but okay, there we go. All right. There's Fruity Paul. I think my scale is a little off. Okay. So he made this video about 25 years of medical advice in 60 seconds. And although I don't agree with his fruit-heavy, carbohydrate-heavy diet, there's some interesting concepts in there. And a lot of those concepts actually apply to my life. And again, I don't live in an expensive home in Costa Rica. I don't have a steady income from funny supplements and all the other stuff that Fruity Paul has. But I do live a somewhat similar life. But anyway, I thought that was kind of interesting. So we'll go over here. And as you know, I do live with technology. I do have air conditioning, although I don't use it all the time. It depends on what time of day it is and what room I'm in. The air conditioning is always on when I'm doing the live stream, except for maybe 2 or 3 days out of the year when it isn't horribly hot. But I do live with some pretty old stuff. I don't really have any new materials. This material in the couch is at least 50 years old. Most of the fabrics that I use are natural materials. There are plastics here, but not very many. My kitchen is basically cast iron and stainless steel. I don't have really any plastic in the kitchen. And if you see me drink, I use these glasses from the dollar store. This is all I use. I do have a couple of stainless steel water bottles, but I generally don't take them with me. I go on long bike rides. I don't drink any water despite having this very high temperature that we deal with. I use no electrolytes. And there's just a lot of things that I do that are pretty basic. I tell everyone it's like someone back in the old days, maybe 100 years ago. There's a lot of similarities. But let me go over here to the comments and let's see. Okay. Got to run to my own stream now. Okay, Christy, see you guys later. And I guess you're doing a live starting at 10. That is correct. So we'll be doing 86 watching. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, that was pretty good. I think we're actually growing. We're not shrinking. Sugar apple grew every time. Sunny weather in Philippines. It also needs a specific bug to make the flower turn. Yeah, that's right. Papayas are like that too. 83 watching, according to Barry Simon at that time. Shout it out, friend. So that is... Wow, we got up to 90? Incredible. Correction, 91. Yeah, oh, wow. You're at 90. I'm almost in Mitch territory. Nearly 100 on the live stream. Well, I don't know where all these great people are coming in, but if you have discovered my live stream, I want to welcome you here. And I want to tell you that I'm happy that you're here. But we only have 55 likes, so let's fix that. 93 and climbing. I don't know how that happened. So evidently Barry Simon sent me a meme. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to look at that. Yes, he is hilarious smart. Yes. Thanks, Sandy. A little suspect on the smart AM. I think they addicted people to thinking they need to take water with them wherever they go. They don't. They don't. And the other thing is the sunglasses. I think you eat more meat than Paul, Rick. I also think you move more than Paul Saladino because you are moving to survive driven motivation. You're probably right. I do a lot of work. I'm always on the move. And you know, for somebody that's 58, I am the only person that I know ever that has never had back issues. And I mean ever. My feet don't hurt. I have friends that they have trouble with their feet. They have plantar fasciitis. They have all these other issues. I don't have that. You know how many people I know have shoulder pain? Everybody. Everybody I know at least once in their life has had shoulder pain. And I never have. All my friends that are my age, they wear glasses. I don't. So in many ways, I think I've been able to escape. And by the way, do you know how many prescription medications I've been in my life? That many. Never. The only medical condition I have a hernia from a car accident, but it doesn't hurt. And every now and then I'll just push it back in. And I've been fine with that. I don't want to get it fixed because I'm afraid they'll put some kind of gadget in there that's going to fail. I know they put a mesh in my friend and the thing shifted, but I don't know. I may have to live with that the rest of my life. But other than that, I don't have any problems. So again, if the carnivore diet was so dangerous and so unsafe, I should be really sick. I should be the sickest person here. And I'm actually healthier than my dad was at this age. And I look younger than my dad did at my age. Let's see. There was 92 people here a few minutes ago. These people probably saw your interview. Oh, nice. Let's see. To say how tall you are, Rick, it's amazing that you've never suffered back issue. It is. And I lift heavy objects all the time. No sound. Uh-oh. Sound going in and out. Uh-oh. I'm 66. No foot or back issues, just glasses and eyesight is improving. Well, there you go. See? So I'm not the only one that's benefited from this lifestyle. And I really, really enjoy the fact that I am not actually giving myself a heart attack, although I still call it the heart attack diet. I feel so good. And I don't get upset like a lot of people I know. They lose their mind very quickly. But the more time they spend around me, it seems like the less likely they are to get upset. I've been told many times that I have a calming effect on people. I've had people come up to me all angry, and by the time that I finish talking to them, they walk away laughing because that's the way it is. That's just my nature. I don't like to aggravate people. Let's see. All right, let's see over here. Oh, okay. Now, what I want to do, let me go back over here. No sound. What is going on? My VU meter is working. But you're saying I have no sound. Testing. Let me put on the sound on my computer. Let me see if this is working. We may get a double sound. Where's my device? Where's my phone? Hold on a second. Let's see. I'll go over here. Why is it? I think my phone is dead. Oh, come on. Oh, there it goes. It's doing some kind of weird reboot. What do you expect? It's an iPhone. The crappiest phone in the world. A friend of mine upgraded his. He gave me the old one. Oh, well. I've always had iPhones. I guess nobody ever gets rid of their Android. Or maybe they trade them in. I quit wearing sunglasses for the most part. My last eye exam showed me healed of astigmatism. And my reading lens got lowered 2.5 points. Wow. That's pretty good. Only wearing one contact for reading. Nice for Terry girl. That is incredible, Venetian cat. No sound. Hello from Northeast Ohio. Okay. All right. Let me see. Okay. Okay. That's awesome. I've heard like some info before, taller people tend to die early, but it seems like Rick is the opposite. I've heard that too. And I was told, this is one of the reasons I stopped the carnivore diet in 93, because I was told the carnivore diet increased cancer risk. But there's some other reasons too that I was told about the carnivore diet. I was told that carnivore diet makes you impotent, where you can't, you don't have any sex drive, which is my case. I don't have a sex drive, but I don't think that was a carnivore diet. I think it's more of a genetic thing. And you are such good energy, Rick. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. 50-year-old today already is diabetic or suffering from other disease. Yeah, that's true. Had bad foot issues pre-carnivore. Well, there you go. See? Hey, there's Tim. Hello, chat. Hi, Mr. Mopar. Well, hello, Tim. Glad that you have dropped in. I was just telling him earlier that, he says he's odd. I'm the oddest. No sound. The sound was from that thing you were showing earlier. It had no sound. Okay. Yeah, well, that was Saladino. Sound is okay for my end. I have sound. Yeah. Okay, so that's what it was. I hear you fine. No sound issues. It's just that the thing was on mute. I generally don't play other people's videos because then YouTube starts complaining about it. I just showed you what the video looked like. I left and came back and sound okay now. Okay, well, plenty of sound according, yes. So, and by the way, Milton, what are you doing? Milton. No. Anyway, Bob is here. Hopefully I'll be able to catch you on Monday night. I've been working every night. I work Monday night as well, but hopefully this Monday night I'll be here. So I will catch Carnivore Talk. So we have a good morning to Bob, and we have a hello to Bella. And is that due to reduced inflammation? I'm thrilled for your visual improvements. I'm not sure what it is, but I've seen several people talk about getting better vision on the carnivore diet. It's a bit of freedom. Hi, Yellow Rose, and hi, Bob, and we're ODF. Odd. Yes. I'm the oddest one here. I mean, obviously. And Tim over there, yeah, he's odd, but I think Rick is the oddest. I'm like the older version. Milton, what are you doing? Milton, come here. Come here, Milton. Oh, Milton. You're so cute. Oh, I love my little Milton. He's a sweetheart. I named you after a hurricane. I was mean to my baby kitten. I should have called you the Black Menace. Because you're a menace, but you're actually really nice most of the time. I mean, once in a while you'll bite me, but you're friendly. You're a cutie. Look at that fluffy tail. A nice long tail. You're a good kitty. Love you. You're a nice kitty. What's a new berry meme? I'm going to look that up. Okay. Now, let me go to the email, and I was opening that on the other page, and let's see what Barry Simon sent me as a meme. This will be interesting. And Milton, no, Milton, don't play with that. No, that is not a cat toy. Okay? You are one funny kitty. All right. A V8 scooter. Okay, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. Okay. All right. What? Okay. Let's see if I can open this. I think I can. Well, that's interesting. Come on. Oh, there we go.
Milton, you look smaller today. New diet? Meow. Don't play innocent.
Okay. Let me go ahead and move this over. All right. So we'll go ahead. We'll restart this. And let me switch the scenes. All right. Hopefully you can hear me. And here we go.
Milton, you look smaller today. New diet? Meow. Don't play innocent. I see those tiny paws.
Meow.
Whoa, feisty. Good thing you're in the basket.
Purr, meow.
All right, Tiny Terror, let's ride.
That's actually a pretty good idea. Scooter. What? You know, Mitch has that basket with a bear in it that was like the scooter ad, and there it looks like South Beach. That is pretty funny. You got to admit. I mean, look at that. There's Milton with the goggles on. There's me. Scooter. I guess that's what they mean by a motor scooter. All right, let's see here. Where'd my comments go? There they are. All right. Let's see. Oh, boy, goodness, the comments are still coming. Milton is a good boy today. He's been pretty good. Hurricane Milton, perfect name for that beautiful velvet cat. He is, and he's a nice kitty. He really is. Milton's a sweetheart. Yes, he is. Ever since he got fixed, he hasn't ripped me apart. Eating barbecue iguana wins every time. Yes, and not only do I eat iguana, but as you've probably seen, I have caught my own iguana while bike riding. And Tim and I are both avid cyclists. The only difference is that my bicycle came from the trash pile, and I always go scavenging. A lot of times I'll pick up stuff from the trash pile when I'm out on my bike. It's a lovely sunny day here in the UK with a lovely breeze. Probably about 67 degrees. Perfect. How about you? There we are. Let's see. Rick's Bobcat will be a senior vehicle. Yeah, right? Milton is a gorgeous, healthy, and strong-looking cat. Pure muscle covered with shiny fur. That's my Milton. He's so cute. But he is a little bit more active than he should be. Did you find Milton during the hurricane? Yes. My neighbor found him in the middle of the road, running back and forth over there. And he tried to give him to the other neighbors, and nobody wanted him, so he gave him to me. And I didn't have a pet at the time. I really didn't want a pet because they can be a problem, but, you know, nobody else wanted him, so I took him. And he was nice for a while. Then he turned into a black menace. Then he got fixed, and now he's nice again. So Milton will be with me as long as he lives, or as long as I live. If I drop dead of a heart attack, then hopefully somebody else will come and get little Milton, because he's a nice kitty. You'll like Milton. He's friendly to my friends, too. Tiny Terror is a great name for a Milton. Yeah, he is. I bet if you create a Milton channel called Milton's World, incredible views and subs, that's possible. I might do that. And then Milton's going to have Miss Kitty and her kitten, you know. They'll be like a cat family to cause terror in the place. Nice. Here in northern Mexico, it is 75 degrees and sunny. We'll be getting monsoon rains this afternoon. I need to feed my cats, but the ducks, they'll eat it. Monsoon sounds worrisome. Milton's perfect. Milton is a house panther. He's a gorgeous, he's lucky not. I love the monsoon every afternoon in AZ. Yeah. We haven't had a rainy season here, although it's supposed to rain today. It might rain. I know what'll happen. As soon as I finish the live stream and I'm having my lunch, okay, I'm going to go on the bike. As soon as I get on that bike, lightning and thunder is going to come out and say, nope, you're not going on the bike. And that's what's going to happen. I haven't been on the bike. When did I go on the bike? My last bike ride was on Monday. I have not been on the bike since Monday. I went to my friend's place to fix a swimming pool pump. That was my last bike ride. So, and Merlin, I've got to go. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Well, thank you, Merlin, Ruby, Yoda, and I hope to see you again. Enjoy your day. Good day, listening from Cambridge, Ontario. Hello, Milton. Well, hello, Max. I am glad that you are here. Let's see. Poor Milton. He must have been scared witless. Okay, we have a bye from Merlin. And let's see. I am in Plymouth, UK. It's sunny, gently breeze at the moment, but it can be unpredictable as I live by the beach. Lucky cat. Yes, he's a lucky kitty. Susie, good to see you here. Hope you're having a great day and you're energetic as always. Rains are usually no issue here except in the post-fire zones when there's flooding. Water is a precious resource here and so welcome. Yes, it is. The bike yesterday in a thunderstorm. It was great. You rode your bike. I didn't see a video from you. I'll have to check that out. So you got some rain over there. That's fantastic. Well, so it's good then. Hey, rain is always good. It is. Because water is important for all life. No life, no water, no life. We are in Michigan. Going to be very warm. Awesome. I'm in Michigan. Yes. I have a couple of friends in Michigan. One of them is the one that he raises his natural grass-fed beef. You've probably seen him. I mentioned his channel a few times. I haven't seen him make videos lately, but that's Ray Moses, who does hay and cattle. And if you look at my channels, you'll see it. He's up there in Michigan. Let me see, who else? There's a lot of people that seem to be in Wisconsin. That seems to be a place that's really big on meat, hay, and dairy. There seems to be a lot of cattle in Wisconsin. And there's some pretty popular carnivores in Wisconsin. You got Jerry over there in Wisconsin. Of course, you got Carrie. Carrie and Jerry in Wisconsin. There's several other people in Wisconsin. That's one state that I would like to visit. I've never been there. I'd like to see what it's like. It won't be this year, but it might be next year. You never know. I would like to do that. And, of course, there's the Midwest. I've had friends I visited in Iowa and in Missouri and in Illinois. but I haven't been to any other states. I got a friend in Nebraska I haven't visited yet that I need to. I got a friend in North Dakota that I wanted to visit, and I haven't done that yet. So maybe one summer when I have time, when I've moved out of here and I have another home that the roof doesn't leak and it's not ready to collapse, then all I have to do is get someone to take care of my kitty cats. That's the only bad thing about having pets. Otherwise, what I may have to do is set up my own robotic, AI-powered cat system where I could have raw meat dispensed on a regular basis along with other foods, and then have a video conference with my pets when I'm away. Of course, if I stay away too long, they'll probably be waiting at the door. When I open the door, they'll be ready to attack. You know, it'll be like the Corpse Grinders movie of the 70s or 60s where the cats attacked the people. Thanks, Rick. I'm going to perform at a Dolly Parton festival in a resort town. Nice. They are a fascinating, predictable weather pattern from July to September. Yeah, there you go. Monsoon rain. I was born in Michigan. I didn't realize you were UK based. I love Plymouth. My favorite Plymouth is the Roadrunner, but that's another story. They haven't had Chrysler Plymouth in a long time. Okay, I'm from Windsor, Canada. Unfortunately, the Platte River here in Denver is very shallow. The poor ducks are standing in the mud. Lack of food to eat. Poor duckers. Well, hopefully they'll get some rain. Because the ducks, they are hungry and they love to eat. Of course, ducks can eat almost anything, so that's a good thing. Sounds like a road trip. Rock on your high-powered scooter. Right? And there's Liz. Hey, everyone. Hey. Good to have you here. Need a cat sitter. I can set up my own AI robotic cat sitter. Love it. Well, there you go. I'll figure something out. The main thing is I got to get into a home that's well-made. The roof doesn't leak. Built by Rick, so it's durable. It's not going to burn down or blow up. And then I just have to find a way to automatically feed my cats. Problem is that Milton is so attached to me. If I go away too long, he may turn aggressive. So we'll see. I'm not dragging the cats with me. But I'll definitely set up the home so they can enjoy it. I'm sure one of my neighbors or friends will take care of the kitties for me. Make sure. And when I build my home, I'm definitely going to have the double door. I put a temporary double door here where I can open the outside door, get in, and then open the inside door. Like an interlock. I'll do that at my new house. That way, if my friends come over, the cats aren't going to run out. Of course, they get stuck in there with a cat. That could turn bad, but you never know. But anyway, that was that. Now, let me go back over here to my display. And first of all, let's see if we have any new emails that came in. Okay. And Karen did buy me a coffee, so that's great. That's awesome. I'm amazing. Let's see. Okay. There's my chat. Let me go back over here. Okay. All right. What it takes. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and let me see if I can get this video to come off. All right. Okay, Christy has her live right now. And let me go ahead and bring up this other video, which is not working. Okay, so it's not working. Oh, well. Let me go back to the comments. Those poor ducks. Yep. We have a hello from Tim to Liz. And let's see. Praying for rain. Hello to Liz. Have not had any rain for ages. Even the weeds are crispy. Yeah. When do you plan to build your house? I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. You would be an interesting neighbor. Yes, I would. The people that like me really like me, and the people that don't like me, they try to hide from me. So I'm not sure why that is, but I don't bother anybody. I think a lot of people are afraid of me. They see me bringing home all kinds of crazy machines and stuff. You need an RV to a road trip. Well, I have an RV. I have a 1972 Bluebird school bus with a 360 engine or whatever that is that was running on wood. The last time I made a road trip, I drove the Bluebird. Now, it's been sitting in the backyard for ages. It's rusty. I don't know if it's salvageable, but I'm going to see if I can get it running. Otherwise, I'll cut it up. But it would be kind of interesting because my wood-powered school bus used to do really well. It hasn't run in 20 years, but maybe we'll see. I got to find a title for it, too. It was my dad's and then it's mine. I don't know where the title is. It's somewhere in here. Double door cat trap. Did you see the duck sculpture? I put your name in the video. No, I did not. I have to check that out. I'm so far behind on YouTube videos, it's crazy. Good morning from Kelly. Good morning again, everyone. I saw you earlier in Dance Chat, and good to have you here. And are you going to have your live tomorrow at 4? I'll keep an eye out for it. Okay, you know you're on. Yeah. How do we buy you a coffee? Well, the link was here earlier. I can repost it. Airstream is what you need. My friend's got a couple of those, but they are quite light. But I do have my school bus. I think what I need to do is make a video. The thing is buried in the backyard. I'm going to have to show you my school bus camper. That's what I used to go. And it had a trailer that I'd put the wood into and a hose, and I was running the thing on wood gas. If you don't know what wood gas is, look it up on the internet. It's fascinating. It's an old school bus. I'm thinking I may get that running again. But first things first, I need to catch up with my projects. I need to cut up my dad's old Charger and the old van, get rid of that. I need to fix my friend's truck. What I'm going to probably do is cut up the Charger, put my friend's truck in the driveway, put the sensors in, which have been sitting here for 3 weeks. I need to put these oxygen sensors in his truck and then figure out what's going on with the computer. So I need to do that. There's 3 of these things here. And then, once I get that done, then I'll go ahead and strip the van. There's also a junk jukebox in there that a friend of mine gave me that was damaged. And, of course, it's got rained on. It's just for parts. And, yeah, there's a lot to do. And here I am talking, but I'll get it done. It's only a matter of time. But, yeah, my friend does have an Airstream. I may show a video of that thing. It's just rusted out pile of junk. Okay. It'll be a cool YouTube video online. Wood. Yeah, I had videos on the bus. When I had my first YouTube channel and my channel was deleted, they took all those videos and they deleted them. And I did not have a backup, although I think I may have on some of those little micro cassettes. I got a container full of micro cassettes somewhere around here. I think it's here. It was here. It's somewhere in this giant mess. I have a bunch of those mini DV cassettes, but the video camera broke, and I haven't found one at a yard sale yet. But when I do find one, I will probably see if I can get those videos out of the tapes, and I can show you some of my old videos from 20 years ago. I started making videos probably around 2004, 2005. So more than 20 years ago, I started making videos. I didn't go on YouTube until 2007. That's when I started posting them. And I posted videos that were 2 or 3 years old. I made a trip. Like I said, I would go to visit my friend in Georgia. He's north of Covington. And we go to his farm. I'd usually go there around hay season. And the thing is, when you have farm friends and you visit a farm friend, you know how it goes? When you get into town, the first thing they do, they take you to town. They'll show you the sights. They may have a favorite barbecue place they'll take you to, or some museum or whatever attraction they have. My friend drove me to Covington, which is where the Dukes of Hazzard was originally made. They filmed it there in Covington, Georgia. Took me down to the government building and some of the businesses, and it definitely looked, I mean, it wasn't as gritty as it was when it was in the Dukes of Hazzard, but it was definitely a small town. And then to visit friends and all that. So your first day when you visit a friend on the farm is the sightseeing day. Guess what the second day is? The second day is, well, now it's time for more farm chores because the time that you took to show your friend around town, everything needed to be done. Now you have maintenance to do, repairs to do, and then work. And when it's hay season, there is no free time because once you cut the hay, now it's a like a roulette run against the weather. So you have to kind of figure out when we're going to get the dry weather. It's like, okay, it's raining today, and then in a couple days it's going to be dry. So they look at the weather. They want to get all the hay cut, the hay raked, and then have it dry enough so that when you bale it, it's going to bale dry. It's not going to be wet. If you bale it wet, you got to ferment it. Then you got to wrap it. So you go to visit him. Next thing you know, you're out there helping to cut hay. And in a couple of days comes the real rush, the baling and the loading of the hay. So you'll be out there baling, and then you got to get the trailer, truck and trailer, get the bobcat, and go out there and grab the bales and get them. And without fail, every single time, about halfway through the baling process, you see the clouds. They're floating around out there. Is it going to rain? Is it not going to rain? It's a constant thing. So the idea is to try to get the baling done, get all the bales loaded and tarped. And in worst case scenario, if the rain comes too fast, you got to gather all the bales together in the field and then put the tarp over it. So the last time that we were there, which was like 20 years ago, we were doing that. We were loading trucks and whatever, and the rain started, so we had to run and grab the tarp. I'm over there with a bobcat. We're trying to get all the bales together, put the tarp over it, and then we waited out. But it was kind of interesting. It rained really hard for about 20 minutes, and then it stopped. And we just waited till the next day and took the rest of it again, which is fine. It rains almost every day here in Central Florida. It hasn't rained here for weeks. Our weather is just dead. And Thomas says he's here listening. Well, I'm glad that you're listening. Nice show. Well, thank you, Vampire. I appreciate that. Your wealth of knowledge is impressive. You have many abilities. You have been a teacher. Know how to build a house. Yep, that's right. Rebuild cars, grow trees and plants, self-sufficient, independent thinker. That was the whole idea why I wanted to go on YouTube. And my two goals was to find and target scammers. The two scams I hit back then were the run your car on water scam and the air conditioner scam. And I actually found one of the units. I did an illustration where I showed scam air conditioners, and then I made a demonstration on how scam air conditioners are impossible. And I think that's what YouTube deleted my channel for, because there was one group called waterforgas.com, and the other one was this scam air conditioner. They were heavily advertising on YouTube, and I was destroying them in my videos. And they complained. They said that because I used clips from their commercial to make my video. And they made a copyright claim and back and forth. And, I said it's fair use. For commentary, whatever, I can use it absolutely. But you know how corrupt these companies are, and they deleted my channel. They deleted both my channels. They deleted my anti-scam channel, and they deleted my Charger Mopar channel. And that was really, I think, because I had one video where I was working on my car, and I was talking about air conditioning. So I used the Charger as an example. Here's a compressor, because it's a V-shaped big compressor, and then there's a condenser and evaporator, and I showed what it looked like. And I can tell you right now, that video definitely, I think people complained, so they deleted both my channels. They restored this channel, but they deleted most of my videos. Only a couple of them survived. So it's really weird how that worked. But anyway, that's just history. If I could get those videos back, I'm going to repost them. And if YouTube doesn't like it, I'll post it on Rumble. What is that noise? I think that's somebody's radio. Thank you for the info. Those look so cool. I love a good Airstream. Yep, There's a couple of them at my friend's place rotting out. There will be a live tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern, celebrating 2 years on Carnival, an open panel. Well, there you go. So don't forget, tomorrow, 3 or 4. And again, Thomas should be today at 4, I think, but he'll let us know. Coolest podcast. Go see all of your friends around the country. Yeah, and there's some new YouTube friends that I've met that I want to meet. And again, I told them, look, if I come over, you don't have to do anything for me, and I will help you on the farm. I do not have a problem with that. Hello, Rick. I enjoyed your keto cookout and learned a lot from your friends' cooking ideas. Well, I'm glad that Karen liked the keto cookout. Russ Mitchell is funny, and keto cookout is always fun. And that's a good thing. They show you off to their friends. That's right. That's what happens when you visit your farm friends, which I think is kind of interesting. But then when they show you their friends, everybody is asking you questions. Well, I've got this problem. I've got an electrical issue. My tractor's doing this, and I got problems with a bobcat. So next thing you know, you're doing that. 20 years in the game. Rick is a master. Well, 20 years in the game. Don't use me as an example because I've never made any money, but I'm still here. Rick is a carnivore and YouTube rock star. Well, I'm not a rock star. I'm more of a, sing along with Mitch. Remember that thing with the little bouncing ball? Or maybe more of a Lawrence Welk star, I think. Although Lawrence Welk is a little bit lamer than me. But still, same basic idea. All right, let's see. Good luck at Spanky. Yep. Get some rest, Thomas. Yes. Some people that don't want people to be healthy in the carnivore diet. Same people that, exactly. But some people still think the carnivore diet's unhealthy. Kelly, I'll be there. Yes, I hope to be too. That's a shame. Hopefully you can retrieve some of your video. I agree. And I got that container here. Let me see if I can find it. I know it was here. Hold on a second. You know what I'll do? Let me play a little video here, and I'm going to go ahead and look for that box. So let me go ahead and do that. Where did that go? It's here somewhere. Okay. Oh, hold on. Well, I think I may have put it back in storage, but I usually keep it in these plastic containers. This is actually cassettes, but I have those little mini DV tapes. These are just audio cassettes. I may have put it in the other room. I love my cassettes. This was my favorite band. I can't believe I still have the cassette. Look at that. Still got my Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass cassette. I had a Jan and Dean cassette in here too. And of course, what would be complete without 8-tracks? Plenty of 8-tracks. Here we go. Unopened. Henry Mancini. 8-track cassette. Look at that. So when I get my 69 Charger running again, I can pop a brand new 8-track. And I can listen to the Pink Panther theme. I think that's, yeah. What do we got here? Pink Panther. Hold on a second. Let me get some light on the situation. Peter Gunn, Fallout. Soft sounds. There is no Pink Panther, so it's just Peter Gunn. Dun 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 dun. Yep. Da, 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 da. All right. And then we have a bunch of classical music, as you can see here. We have Strauss, Brahms, got some Beethoven, I think. All kinds of stuff. All right. But anyway, I do have the cassettes. I found them when I was cleaning out one of the closets here. I was getting rid of some junk. I was going to throw out a box of crap. And I looked inside, and there was a plastic bin like that with a bunch of cassettes in it. And I go, wow, I think those are my cassettes. But the problem is the camera is toast, and you can't find a mini DV camera anymore. But I'm sure I'll find one eventually. I hit the dump, the trash pile. It's only a matter of time before I find it. I even check the yard sales, but usually the yard sales are Saturday morning, and I'm doing this on Saturday morning. But usually after this, I'll go and hit whatever yard sales left. When I leave here, I get on the bike and I try to see. I'll find one. I know it. They were popular for a while. I don't know why they stopped using them. I guess everything went digital. All right, so let me go back over here and let's see. We have, all right, 4 p.m. I am going to now Sandy. Yes. Okay, so keep an eye out for Thomas at 4. I should be here today. Sorry I've been away, but I will try to be here at 4. And Annabella had said hi to Rick and Milton. Well, hello. Glad to see you here. Nice that you've come in. He is more of a loafers and coffee. Get your Van to Glitter Rock. There we go. Yeah, that's me. I'm a little bit of I'm the oddball. I'm the older version of the oddball. And we have a hello and a hello from Annabella. And what is Kelly's channel called, please? It is called Missouri Carnivore. That is correct. Show me that you're a carnivore. And always wake up and check your gender ascent changed. I'm not sure what that means, but I think my gender hasn't changed. And we have a wow from Yellow Rose. And let's see. Cool. Cassettes are awesome. I have a cassette player in my van, although it stopped working, and I have a cassette player in my truck. My Charger has an 8-track. And Barry Simon, have a great day, Rick and all. Have a great day, and I will see if I can get my scooter going. Now, the next thing you got to do is the Rick's 55 and over trailer park, which is going to be really oddball. Rise Kelly is such a nice guy. Yes, and he's a nice guy. He even says nice things about me, so he's got to be nice. And Rose and Bida Berry. And we have a question here. Have you got cassette tape player? Absolutely. My stereo system has a cassette. Kind of hard to see it. But on the other wall over there, I have reel-to-reel, 8-track, turntable, and yes, cassette. Also in my bedroom, I have a cassette player. I have cassette in my van and my truck. So we are a cassette-friendly home here. And not only do I have audio cassette, but I also have video cassette. And if you're not familiar with video cassette or VCR, I do have some beta tapes, although my beta machine is broken. But I do have VHS. I have a lot of them. I have a very, very large collection of VHS tapes. And I would get more, but I like to save them for the commercials, which ironically, I used to delete the commercials when I taped TV shows, when I used to tape Dukes of Hazzard. But I do have a lot of soap operas I videoed from my mom because she loved to watch her soap opera. And there's a lot of commercials on there. There's one commercial I've been trying to find. And that was the one for Time magazine. But actually, somebody put it on YouTube where they show the heart attack thing. In fact, I bet I can find it right now. Let's see. Time magazine. I'm going to go to YouTube. I'm going to go Time magazine commercial. All right. Time magazine commercial from 1982. There's one from 1985. Okay. Let's see. Okay. It may show that. I don't know if that's the one. I don't see that. All right, let's see.
Time brings it all right home to you. When you need time, you understand.
Okay.
What it all means to you.
I think that's the older version.
Each week, Time Magazine takes you beyond the news to help you make sense of it all. So read Time and understand.
Throughout your world, throughout your land, time puts it all right in your hand. Read time and understand.
Okay, let's see. Oh, this might be it. I saw it, but it was the article that came up. It gave me the inspiration for the heart attack diet.
Power of dawn to remove greasy residue, leaving
back
nothing
over
behind
here.
but shine.
Okay. There we go.
In just a minute, you're going to find out how you can get this terrific alarm clock
This might be it.
You understand the world
Let's see.
we share.
Now Time is offering you more than ever. Order Time right now, and you'll get this terrific alarm clock and push-button telephone in one, free with your paid subscription.
Yes, time brings you closer to living. Time puts events in sharp review.
Okay.
Time brings it all right home to you.
Each week, Time takes you beyond the news to show you how fascinating the world really is. And now you can get Time for almost half off the cover price. Call 1-800-621-3600 and get 30 issues of Time, payable in 4 easy
got somebody
installments of just
calling me,
$7.49 each. Order now, and you'll also get Time's combination alarm clock telephone, absolutely free. This
Oh,
handsome space
we have a
saver
phone call.
comes complete with snooze bar and automatic redial. Perfect for your desk or bedside. So call 1-800-621-3600 right now.
Hey,
What's going on?
I'm trying to find this old. Okay, let me switch over here.
Hi, I'm Jenny, an operator
Cut
here
this
at
off. There we go. All right. So, hopefully everybody can hear us.
That's good. I just, how to put it, I want to voice, I don't want to say it's a concern, it is, but it's not. My feelings aren't hurt, but I guess it is what I expected. It's typical of the human being that when they got to do a little work, it's too tedious, so they don't want to bother.
Mm-hmm.
Just like with my posts, I think I had three people comment on my cardiology, and then I've had one comment on. I don't know if they looked through all, but the tests that I had, and it's been over a week. It's just the point that I'm trying to, I guess, make an impact.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not looking for likes. If it helps you, if it helps you understand better, gives you some insight, let me know. But again, it's sad that it's come to this.
Okay.
And yes, I understand you've been busy. I understand, But it takes, like people have about you, it takes a second to text. That cardiologist visit is audio, pure audio. It has nothing to view. So it's just, I'm done posting, done wasting my breath.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I wanted to get that out there. So if people can't tap links, I apologize. I refuse to give Google my ID.
Mm-hmm.
They have videos of me ranting. They've seen, I guess because I don't have 50 subscribers and I don't give a shit. I'm not putting it out there. Oh, please subscribe. Fuck it.
Right.
I don't need it.
Right.
It's just the point that they want my ID. They want me part of the system. If you can't, it's not rocket science. If you can't figure this shit out, I'm not jumping through your hoops.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's too tedious for you to copy and paste a link or browser, then that's on you. I don't give a shit.
Right.
I did what I could with the pictures. They weren't the right size. You didn't. If I resized them, you didn't get the whole context of the conversation, stuff like that. So I just hosted them on Proton Drive. My what the hell? My VPN and that I subscribe to. I hosted on there and give the links and because I don't verify who I am with a video or my valid ID, I can't create clickable links. So there you go.
Right.
That's it. But I just want to let everybody know, whoever has viewed them, I appreciate it. If you've gotten anything, please just leave a comment.
Right.
If it was stupid, if it affected you, if you give you some insight, just let me know.
Excellent.
That's it.
And if they don't know who you are, they need to know your channel name. Hopefully they do.
There's only one meathead on here.
Yeah, there's a couple of people with that name, but yeah. Let's see. I saw one here earlier.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. And if anyone gives a shit, I'm off work. I'm not getting any pay, and I lose my insurance at the end of the month because I have a double hernia, which I need to probably, more than likely, get surgery for. And I'll be off work again with recovery with no insurance and no pay.
Mm-hmm. I know that feeling.
But it's nature of the beast,
Well, that's it. The problem is most people, they just don't even bother. See, you've taken the time to go out there and improve your life. Most people would just get on the government dole and be done with it.
Yeah, in fact, a person at work told me, well, you can go get state aid, and the first words that come out of my mouth were, fuck that.
Exactly.
No thanks. I'm not going to become, I was suckling on that teat for 24 years, even though I paid into it.
How's it
I'm not
going
going to be
today?
tied to that shit anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We can survive a couple of months of me recovering without work.
Right.
That's where I'm at. So for those who say they can't afford this or can't afford that, do you really need it?
That's it.
Think about
That's
it.
a good point.
Put your wants and needs aside. Concentrate. Focus on the big picture. Well, I need surgery. If I don't have insurance for the surgery and the surgery is going to cost $7,000-8,000, well, that's what I'm going to work on paying off.
Right.
I don't need to get another vehicle. I don't need to a lot of shit. So, anyways, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Need surgery. You know, again, my feelings aren't hurt. I'm not upset. Just wanted to voice it and let it be heard that, yeah, if people didn't know, I did post my last cardiologist visit from 2024. I posted the chats. You have to copy and paste the link, just a little bit of work, not too much. Hopefully you don't get carpal tunnel. But copy and paste the links into your browser for the chats, and they are in sequential order, so top to bottom, and you can read and get the full context of what an asshole this cardiologist was towards me. And then you can get a better understanding and insight into as why I am the way I am. Just saying.
Right. Well, I put a link to one of them into my chat, one from 9 days ago, and they can follow it through your channel.
A link. Those links go to the pictures that I posted.
Okay.
They don't go to my channel.
Yeah, because I just put a link to the video, to the audio of the
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Much appreciated. But yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. I'm just taking it easy because, like I said, I've got a double hernia, and even though I don't need painkillers, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah. Well, I have a hernia, but thankfully it doesn't hurt. It's just more of a nuisance than anything. It depends on how serious it is.
Well, I had one that I had surgery on before it. I don't know what happened. The mesh come out. I don't know.
That happened to a friend of mine, and this is one of the reasons I never got the surgery. Of course, I can't afford it anyway, but I got two friends that had it. My one friend, it came out, and it got worse. It was a nuisance before, but when the mesh moved, it got worse.
See? And that's what, I wanted pigskin myself, but the doctors, no, I've done thousands of these surgeries, and this is what we use, and it's fantastic. And
yeah, but the problem with that is, like, my friend is like me. He works all the time. And I actually talked to somebody years ago, because I had this when I had the car accident. The person that hit me had no insurance, so I had nobody to sue. And I asked the guy, because the other one was a doctor, he's a surgeon. He says, well, if it doesn't hurt, you're better off not doing anything, because if they put the mesh in there, when you're active like that, it can shift, and it'll be worse. You'll get more damage done. You wait until they come up with a no-mesh procedure.
gotcha. So basically, pushing them 1,100-pound carts around work, 800 carts around work, all night for 8 hours, 4 nights a week, didn't help. Oh, yeah. I am a little frustrated. I'm a little pissed because since I've been off, I've gained, 8 pounds. Because I'm not active.
Right.
And I'm back on the meat. I'm eating 3 to 4 pounds of ribeye every day.
That's good.
I can't get enough.
You got a new fan here, too. I got the channel. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah, it's good that you're eating the meat because you skip the duck food. The duck food only makes you worse. Julia didn't get a notification. YouTube is not good about notifying. I have to look for people. Even people that I watch regularly, YouTube doesn't give me a notification. I have to look for them.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks
video.
to Bob or talk for editing the pertinent information that I need to edit it out. So. So you're off this week? What you doing?
What's that?
I said you're off this week, or
I haven't been off. I've been working like insane. I've been going to bed at between midnight and 1 a.m. I had to do an apartment rebuild. I did that for the last 2 previous weeks. Then this week, I finished that, and then I was helping my friend every afternoon to move junk around. I had one job to do on Tuesday. I had to change an electrical panel. Then Wednesday and Thursday, I worked over there at his lot. And then yesterday, I just did a pool, find a leak in a pool, and I got to bed at a normal time yesterday. So hopefully today and the next few days, I don't have to do any late night work.
good?
But I've got a lot to do here. I got to catch up. I still haven't stripped the old Charger. My friend's truck is still sitting here. I haven't worked on that. So I'm going to try to strip that Charger maybe later today or tomorrow, and then I'll bring the truck and put those sensors on it. I got a list of things to do. It's crazy, but I'll get it done.
Oh man, I don't envy you.
Yep.
Not one bit. In fact, since this whole week pattern is varied, I can go to bed at 11 o'clock midnight, and I'll be awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, wide awake. And it's been that way every single day. Last night I went to bed. It was about midnight, and I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Just red-eyed and bushy-tailed. And I can't go back to sleep.
That's the problem. Once the sun comes up, I can't go back to bed, even if I go to bed super late.
All right?
But then I'll get sick. So I won't feel tired. I just get sick in a day or two. I tell everyone I got like a limit. I can push my body to the limit for a day or two, and then it's done. I'm not like most people that can do it for 40 years.
No, I used to be able to, but I also did that on a sad diet and look at my health, Not anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I like my 7, 8 hours sleep, and I like going to bed. I can get up on a regular work night. If I go to bed at midnight, I can get up at 7 o'clock every day.
Yeah.
It's not a problem.
That's good.
But when it's going to bed at midnight, waking up at 3,
Mm-mm.
having to go to work, and come home and not get to bed till midnight, it wears on a person real quick.
That's right. That happens to me. I like to go to bed by 10:30 and wake up at 6:30.
That sounds fantastic.
Mm-hmm. That's my normal
I
routine.
have a schedule like
Sometimes I don't
What?
get to bed till 11:30, and then I'll wake up usually between 6:30 and 7.
right? But unfortunately, with my schedule the way it is, with work, lifestyle doesn't accommodate all the time.
Right.
Maybe a couple days I can early, but not every day.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Why aren't
I guess you'll be off of any work until you get the hernia fixed.
Right. And I don't know what the recovery time is. I don't know how long he's going to keep me on restriction.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it sucks. It could be 2 months. It could be 3 months.
Right.
So, par for the course.
That's it. And you don't want to rush it and make things worse.
No, definitely not. I remember the last time I had this surgery, and God, I remember the first day, I know the wife wanted me to take the painkillers that hurt, but I moved around the house slowly, but I still moved.
Mm-hmm.
And I think about after a month is when I could move a little, I was more freer to move. So I can't remember when I saw the doctor, and because he's like, when you, I don't know, after a certain time you can, because they glue the belly button, he says you just take that glue out, it'll come out. And all right, cool. So I think it was after, 2-3 weeks I took it out.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, hopefully nobody left your live to listen to that audio. They can always just save it for later to listen to.
Yeah, either way. I mean, one way or the other, it doesn't matter. But I put it there. Hopefully they'll check it out and comment on it. Again, I'm so behind on YouTube videos. I may have to just turn YouTube on while I'm stripping my car and keep clicking video after video because I'm way behind. I'll never catch up.
I haven't even, my sleep has been so bad I haven't even been on Grandma's.
Yeah. I dropped in there last night, believe it or not.
Huh?
I dropped in Grandma's last night and my computer failed.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Well, what happened was Milton, he was adjusting my USB cord, and he must have shorted it out, probably from chewing on it. And then when I started, he got behind the computer, and then I lost my camera, and then I tried to figure that out. There was some teeth marks in it, and I guess it just kind of shorted out, and eventually it shut down the computer. But that's okay. It came back up this morning. Everything worked fine. It's just I had no audio because since Milton shorted out the USB, the USB sound card basically disconnected, and then OBS didn't recognize it. It's weird how that works. You have to re-enable it whenever it's disabled.
Well, I haven't had any type of sound card in my computer system that wasn't integrated.
Oh, yeah?
No, I haven't. In fact, it was, I think it was my Dell that I had back in the 90s that I had a sound card that wasn't on board. And that's the only computer. It was a Turtle Beach or Sound Blast or something like that. I don't remember.
I remember Turtle Beach. I had one of those in my computer. They were pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, but again, ever since then I've not had one. I just use the onboard one. Don't care.
Mm-hmm. I see they say maybe they need a GoFundMe page for you. That's interesting.
No. I don't need to GoFundMe.
Yeah, you'll manage. You always do.
I got plenty of food. Bills are getting paid. It's just part of life,
Mm-hmm.
This is what happens if you plan for something and it don't happen, then you're ahead. But if you plan for something and it happens, well,
you're ready.
You're safe.
That's it.
That's.
Well, I got faith in you. I know you'll come up with a solution. We're resourceful people around here, and we don't make excuses. We just get it done.
Yep. I just got to figure out how I'm going to get my lawn mowed.
Well, I don't envy that. You got to deal with that. That's, I don't know. You got a riding mower or a push mower?
Hell no riding lawnmower. My neighbor has a riding lawnmower. And I'm out there push mowing in 100-degree weather.
Yep.
I love it.
Well, where I live, I'm lucky. I was able to eliminate the lawn problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have no lawn.
Where I'm at, it's not feasible.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably, but the HOA would have a fit.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably put concrete down like people do down there, but I'm not about to do that.
Yeah. I turned my yard into a mulch yard. That was the end of that stupid lawn. I got tired of that dumb thing. All that mowing and all that picking up leaves and too much work.
Yeah, I still got last year's Christmas tree. I got to get ready for mulch.
Mm-hmm. I chopped mine up with a lawnmower. And I burned the center of it in the barbecue.
Oh, okay. So I got you. Yeah, I got to pull the trunk out, and
Mm-hmm.
because like I said, it's been sitting outside since I don't know January.
I do have a big
Yeah,
wood
it's
chipper,
up to-
though. I have a 76 horsepower diesel chipper, which is broken, but when I get my truck fixed, I'm going to fix that too. I always liked that thing. It was impressive. I'd do my yard work. I'd pull that out there with a bobcat, fire it up. My neighbors thought I lost my mind.
So you got how many wood chippers too?
Well, I only have that one. I had one of them little Sears Craftsman chippers, but the problem was I kept breaking it. It had a little, a 12 horsepower Briggs motor, and then it had that blade, and it would get jammed, and I ended up splitting it in half. In fact, one time the housing came apart, and the thing spun around like a top on the sidewalk, throwing pieces everywhere, and it just got to be too difficult and dangerous. And when a friend of mine, his buddy, got out of the tree business, oh, I got a chipper for sale cheap for $800. I looked at it, it's like, I get that going. The muffler had fallen off, but it ran otherwise. So for $800, I got myself a wood chipper. But instead of being a 5 horsepower thing you got to pull, it's a 76 horsepower diesel, and it'll chip anything. I don't have to worry. I stuck a palm tree in there. It chipped that up, no problem.
Yeah, got to have your toys, man.
That's right. Between Bob and Chip, I called it, Bob and Chip, I can take on any yard problem. We had, Hurricane Irma. It knocked over a tree on the house and did damage and all that. I had that tree chipped up and all the debris the same day. The storm had just blown away, and long before the power came on, it was all chipped up.
Hey, speaking of hurricanes, Rick, remember what I told you earlier this year?
Yeah?
What did I say? What did I tell you about this hurricane season? What did I tell you? And look at that flipping storm down in the Gulf.
Mm-hmm.
It's not it didn't last.
No.
And are you getting anything off the Atlantic?
No.
Nope.
It's dead.
Yep.
But the season hasn't really
I told you.
started.
So, yeah, that's what I get from listening to Powell Weather.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Of course,
You
90...
know who I'm talking about?
No, but I know a lot of the weather channels on the internet, on YouTube.
Yeah, Powell Weather. He's the guy that's been doing the El Nino thing,
Mm-hmm.
and he's the one that gave me the information about the hurricane season this year. He's
Right.
said it don't look good as far as storms, so don't worry about it.
Right.
And if any popped up, it would be in the Gulf.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's it.
Well, if it does come up in the Atlantic, it could be like Andrew, the one and only, that went straight from Miami area.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is a possibility, but I think you have a better chance of playing the lotto, the Powerball.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's like I told my friend, I'm getting Bob in good shape just in case I have to do a cleanup. I'll get all my friends call me up. Hopefully my truck will be running by then, but I don't know. I'm so far behind, it's not funny. I'll get there, though. At least I got some money under my belt, so I can take time off if I need to.
There you go. There you go. Hey, are your property taxes going down this year?
I don't know yet. The market here is still wacky. Hard to say. They haven't sent it out yet.
Wow.
Miami's an eternal bubble.
Yeah, it's too scary for me.
It's all these crypto scammers and all these money launderers. That's where all the money comes from. They think this is the Dubai of the U.S. It probably is. But when it crashes, it's going to be really bad.
hopefully, you'll make out like a bandit.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Get the hell out of that. Cool.
That would be nice.
Honestly, Rick, I don't see if there's something I don't like, whether it's people, if it's work, if it's logistics, I take care of it.
Right.
If it's people, I cut them off. If it's work, I figure something out with the work. If it's logistics, move. I couldn't do it. I
Mm-hmm.
just couldn't do it. And I noticed that since school's out, that people, there's like I know there's a certain time that it's safe. There's not a bunch of knuckleheads on the road.
Mm-hmm.
So I try to take off at the same time every day.
Right.
There's fewer knuckleheads. But when they get out, Rick, when they get out, it's beyond me how they even maintain their driving privilege.
Mm-hmm. Pure luck.
So, something. Yeah, something. I couldn't deal with it.
There's some pretty bad ones here.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, you got more traffic. And you got more old snowbirds.
Everybody here has a car.
They're used to driving slow up north, and then they get down there and they got to pick up the speed. They just don't. They, no, this is how we drive up Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, Wisconsin. Yeah, you got snowbirds coming from Wisconsin too, people. So,
We get them in the winter. Not a lot, though. We don't get as many Canadians as we used to either.
oh, jeez. The Canucks. Yeah. All right, man.
All right.
Everybody, I appreciate you listening to my rant, whatever you want to call it. Peace out. I'll be around probably more often, unfortunately, because I'll be off work.
Mm-hmm.
Toodaloos.
We'll be looking for you.
All right. So our friend Kurt the Meathead has called in. I put in the link to the video he mentioned on his channel. So I would recommend, if you get the chance, check it out. And you can see it's nice to know that a lot of us, we take responsibility for our issues, and we are happy to continue on. That's what I do. I'm one of those people that has never asked for help, although I will accept it when I get it. I've tried to get help from the government. It's like I even tried to get medical care, and that was impossible. So I gave up. I just did it my own way. I think all of us ultimately, we have to end up doing these things on our own. These are really good. I got to keep that away from me. I'll eat the whole thing. Okay. Let me go over here. There we go. Okay. Now let me take a look. It looks like I have 56 people watching right now. And I know Christy had a live. I believe Lance also has a live. Let me go over here to this. Let's see. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the Taco Viva commercial. Does anybody remember Taco Viva if you lived in Florida? I need to show you this. Let me pop over here. Okay. I'm going to go over here to YouTube, and I'm going to look for Taco Viva. There we go. See if I can find this commercial. This is the one from 1975. I never realized it was that old.
Is that way you ever put a brand new tire on a machine, only go to the job site first thing,
Okay.
bugger the thing right up, get out of the machine?
Taco.
When you say taco, say viva.
I never had a better taco.
It didn't say viva.
When you say taco, say viva. When you say taco, say viva.
That's what they had here. They also had Taco Bell, but back then Taco Bell had a plastic sign that looked like a bell. And they had a building that looked like a little mission. But obviously, we don't have that. Let's see over here.
And then I got complacent, and I stopped doing
Okay,
alternate day
let's see.
fasting and just
Let me go ahead. Let me show you who else is on right now. Now, Christy was on. Here's our friend Lance. He's also on. And I believe he has a live. They actually gave me a notification from YouTube, so that is surprising. But there it is. Let's see. Okay. Is he having a live? Yeah.
So I started doing 72-hour fast.
There he is.
For my fast Sunday night after my last meal around
Okay.
6.
Let me see how many people he's got. He's got 14 watching right now. Well, there you go. So anyway, if you get bored with mine, we're going to give you a little click, and we're going to say hi from Rick to let you know that I'm here. There we are. All right, so that's nice. And let's see. Every Saturday at this time, also on Sunday. And there he is. If you want to see a great before and after pic, just take a look at the beginning of his stream. He'll always show it to you. And that's fantastic. That's what we like to see. We like to see success in this lifestyle. Okay, let me see if I can. What did I do here? Oh. All right. There we go. Things a little bit off. There we are. I made a couple of video adjustments. Excellent. So anyway, let me go back to the comments and let's see what's going on, if there's any other issues that are going on here. Now, I wanted to talk also a little bit about some of the carnivore movies. Okay. And there's Tim. Yeah, you would have liked Taco Viva. Now, when I was a kid, before I was carnivore, I actually enjoyed Taco Viva along with El Torito. But Taco Viva tacos were tasty, and I do remember. And when I make my own carnivore version of tacos, which I haven't done, but I want to do that on a video, they're actually more of a soft taco. They use eggs, chicken, and the taco, taco filling. I don't use the cilantro or any other spices, but if you like your taco hot, a little fermented pepper sauce is not bad. As you know, I have some Scotch bonnet peppers, and I had Carolina Reapers in my yard. My friend Al loves a hot chili, so every time I made a chili, I made sure it was extra hot. In fact, I made it so hot that even he couldn't eat it. So that's good. And Wendy says, I bet Kurt has a few more subscribers today. Well, I hope so. I think Tim said he was going to subscribe. And again, I like all the people that come to my channel, carnivore or not, but I think everybody that comes to this channel does have a certain amount of health interest. Thanks, everyone. Well, thank you for being here. I have subscribers that are also into farming, and I have subscribers that are into survival. So I have a nice little group of survivors. I'm transparent with a handful of no tact. Yes, and we appreciate that. Yes, we do. And I'm not looking for pity or anything. I just want people to know why I am the way I am concerning doctors. Well, you know how I feel about doctors. And he says he loves you all, and I appreciate that. Get an all-beef taco, no corn or flour, but a lard wrap. Well, my all-beef taco is deep fried in pure lard, so you are correct. It's made of the same stuff as a pacemaker pizza, except it's in a Mexican form. And Tim did subscribe. That's awesome. Traditionally, tortillas are made with lard. Okay, so that's good to know. So traditionally, tortillas are made with lard. Now, my version of the tortilla is a chicken and egg and cheese based shell, which is, in my opinion, much better. I had on my old channel a video of me making tacos, and I was deep frying them. I used these little metal forms that you put the taco shell on, and I deep fry them, and then I load them up with the delicious beef filling. Now, are there vegetables in a heart attack taco? The answer is maybe. Generally, no, but when I make tacos for friends, I put my famous fermented tomato sauce in there, and you might find a few hot peppers mixed in because some people just love that stuff. And I have to admit, I am really satisfied, and it doesn't. And you know, the funny thing is, it doesn't bother me. I make those keto, but not 100% carnivore foods, and none of them bother me one bit. In fact, if I have a plantain with my steak, it doesn't bother me. I don't get sick from it. Now, if I ate a potato with my steak, I would be very sick. Baked potato, especially sweet potato, I'm allergic to those horrible things. They make my mouth itch. They taste awful. I cannot eat them. Some people thrive on them. My one friend, he loves sweet potatoes, and I've grown them. My mother used to love them. I always had sweet potatoes growing in my yard. I'd give them to Mom. She loved them, but I can't eat the things. They make me really sick. Same thing with yucca, malanga. Malanga is full of oxalic acid. That stuff, I can't even get near it. It makes my hands itch. It's terrible. But anyway, this is kind of the whole reason why I stay on the diet, because it's delicious and it's easy for me to eat. Okay, and let me go ahead and, why are my chats not updating? Okay, I think OBS. Thank you, Odd Fitness. Thank you, brother from another mother. Well, there you go. See? Kurt's the real deal. He's not faking it. Oh, no, I eat sweet potato up to 3 times a day. See? You can eat sweet potato. I can't. My ex-vegan friend, he ate a lot of sweet potato. And I have another friend, he's on the paleo diet, which is still kind of a high carbohydrate diet. He's into fitness. I guess he's 45 right now. And sweet potato is a big deal for him. Also pumpkin. He's a big believer in pumpkin and pumpkin seeds, which I don't eat any seeds. I believe that seeds are not human food. They're bird food. But everyone does that. I need to get myself some water. I haven't had any water since I started this. I think the beef stick's a little spicy. So let me go ahead and I put something here. Let me get some water. I'll be right back.
Strawberry poop gas. I was cooking in the backyard, feeling like a pro. Tossed in some grass clipping magic, let that compost glow. Dog poop, cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Old strawberry poop gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog barked once, the cat took flight, then boom! road had tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes no sense. Sticky strawberries rain from the sky. Compost cooking till the day I die. Filled strawberry poop gas, wild and crass. Flaming hot signs from the neighbor's grass. When it popped, we all went ooh. But dang, it smelled like barbecue too. So if you're brave and slightly nuts, mix that poop with grass and guts. Light it up and step way back. You might just launch your own snack shack. Bill strawberry poop gas. Cooking class.
Well, that worked out very well. I had a little bit of water and everything is back to normal. Anyway, let me hit the comments again. All right, now let's see. I'm sorry, Rick. Well, hey, nothing to be sorry for. I'm going to be checking out your channel after work, brother. There you go. Let's see. Stay strong and keep moving, Mr. Kurt. Yes. Poop volcano. That's what happened when my poop gas tank blew up. That was Amy's song that she made. As you know, I make my own cooking gas, and I'll tell you why. The house, when it was brand new, it came with natural gas. We had a company called the Miller Gas Company. They were then acquired by Florida City Gas, who then became acquired by FPL. Well, they sold it to Chesapeake Energy, which is a greedy company, and they raised the service fee. The actual gas that I was using was about $4 a month, but by the time you paid the other fees, it was almost $40 a month. $18 for service charge, taxes, all this crap to cook. So I said, screw it. I did this before, I'm going to do it again. So I got 2 IBC tow tanks. I got in touch with all my cat and dog loving friends, and I told them, I'm going to give you a bucket. I want you to save your poop and bring me the poop when you want to get rid of it. And I set up a little place where they can dump the poop right into the tank, and then there's a little macerator pump, and it just pumps the poop into the fermentation tank. So right now I have 2 IBC totes, 300 and something gallons, with poop and grass clippings and other plant material fermenting, and then I go ahead and basically just, make gas. So I'm doing what the vegans do, but on a larger scale. All right, so let's see. Why are my comments stopped again? Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, we have, let's see. I eat sweet potato. Sorry, Rick. Okay, here we go. And the comments have not, they seem to be updating very slowly. I don't know what's going on there. There we go. Amy, you're hilarious. Yes. I have to go and do work life. Bye, Mr. Rick. Kurt, stay hungry. Love you. Chat. Thanks, Tim. And I'll be checking out your videos. I got to see the video that you mentioned earlier once I get done with my live, which should be within the next 30 minutes. So thank you for dropping in. And again, if you're not subscribed to my friend Tim over here, please do that. Look for Odd Fitness. He's always working out, and he looks pretty good. Seems healthy, so I like that. Okay, so anyway, let me go back over here. And I want to go to, hold on a second. Okay, that is still working. That is a good thing. Now, during the week, we had several things come up. Now, one of my friends sent me a link, and you probably know that the Cholesterol Code movie is now on YouTube. Hopefully, everybody has been able to see that. And I thought it was quite interesting. You had the engineer guy, and you had the rather interesting little, what's his name, Nick Norwitz or whatever, and he had all kinds of health issues, and he changed his diet and kind of got into the whole low carbohydrate lifestyle, and they've had all this information about how cholesterol is not bad for you, and that's a good thing because my cholesterol is high as far as I know. When I was 28 years old, I was told by my obese and very unattractive doctor that I had the highest cholesterol he had ever seen in someone my age, and had told me that by my 50s, I would have serious heart disease, and I would probably need a bypass, multiple bypass, and would at the very least have heart failure. But as you know, and at 58 years of age, I feel really good. So that's okay. And that's fine. All right, let's see. And we have another comment here from Venetian Cat. And there we go. Too bad you don't live nearby. I throw out away mountains of cat and kitten poop weekly. Well, there you go. All that poop would go right into my poop gas tank. And we'd be over there cooking. I'd be cooking with gas. And I love my poop gas because it's free. It never fails. And the best thing about it, once all the poop has fermented, I'm left with what's basically black dirt, which I pump back into the garden on my backyard banana trees and mango tree. All those delicious mangoes that everybody raves about, guess what? It's all fed with poop. If you go to my refrigerator right now, you can get the most delicious mangoes you've ever seen. These mangoes are so good that even I can eat one without throwing up. Go to the store and buy a mango, and the thing is so nasty. It tastes like chemicals. It's horrible. But Rick's mangoes, they're the good ones. And that's why the squirrels love them. Now, the good thing is that when the squirrels go to eat your mangoes or avocados, it's not totally lost. In fact, it's good for me because since I don't eat the mangoes or avocados very much, I can get my mangoes secondhand. So instead of having to eat the mango, all I got to do is eat the squirrel, and it's like eating several mangoes. So that's good. So I'll go out there, I'll get my little pellet gun, and I'll get the squirrel. And once I've got the squirrel and I skin it, I fry it up. It's delicious. Deep fried squirrel is absolutely delicious. You like chicken? You'll love squirrel. Okay. I could power the neighborhood with the amount of poop I toss. I'm surprised you're not composting the poop for your garden. Cat poop is actually a very good source of nitrates. I could power the neighborhood. They produce a lot. Now, my outside cats, they've been pooping in the yard, so they're feeding the banana trees. And I think it's really kind of interesting that the animals, the ducks, the cats, and all the other animals, they're constantly eating and pooping. All that bird poop and all that animal poop falls on the ground. It ends up in the soil. And if you notice, my plants grow better with animals than without. When I don't have animals, I got to do a lot more mulching. And the funny thing is, my lawnmower has been broken for 2 months. I haven't had a working lawnmower because the deck rusted out. I've been using the weed eater to cut the little bit of grass I have. But the yard doesn't have a lot of trash in it. I cut it up with the hand clippers in little pieces and I throw it on the ground. And with all that bacterial activity, it's all being turned back into dirt with almost no effort. I also collect the urine that I produce. That goes on the ground. And all the cat litter, everything. So it's actually pretty good. Okay, let's see. I can't grow anything out here between grasshoppers and gophers and drought. And I don't eat plants. Well, that's it. Well, I don't eat the plants either, but my ducks do. And you don't have enough water for ducks. If you had water, you'd have plants and ducks and all kinds of stuff. Your place would be totally quacked. All right. Okay. We have 56 watching right now. Now, let's talk a little bit about some of the other things that have been going on. Now, I mentioned the movie Cholesterol Code. And so we can go over here and go to YouTube. Okay, YouTube. I see that Lance is still having his chat. Okay, let me try. Okay, let me go to Cholesterol Code. There we go. There it is. it's still there. So if you want to watch the cholesterol code, you can watch it right here. Where's Carrie's movie? I see him here. Honest review. Let me see something here. Okay. Nope. Hasn't put the video yet. Maybe in the next year or so. We might catch it by next year. I'm sure a lot of people have seen it, but nobody I know has seen it around here. Okay. What about the other movie? Did they put that on YouTube? Let's see. Okay. I don't know. I actually saw that movie. Somebody had sent it to me. I wanted to do a review on it, but I haven't. I guess there's just so many of them there. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh, that's a trailer. And there's Mitch's review of the animal movie. You can see there. I guess they haven't put that. Oh, teaser trailer. Oh, well. Well, somebody had sent me that one, so that's good. Carnivore dive stopping. Full trailer. Okay. So I guess they never put that one on there, but hopefully Carrie's movie will be on there before it's forgotten, and that'll be good. Then I can do a review on it. I want to do, again, I haven't had the time, but I wanted to do a review on the animal movie, which I saw. I thought the best part of that movie was at the end of the movie, towards after the middle, and they start talking about regenerative ranching. And with the cholesterol code movie, that was actually interesting the way it was explained. So hopefully everybody was able to see that. I would recommend that you watch it if you haven't seen it yet. So simply go to YouTube, look for cholesterol code, and you will find it. It is there. And the neat thing about it, although it was out only a few months ago, they went ahead and they put it on YouTube. So hopefully, and this got a lot of views. It's got 114,000 views on this thing that was put 7 days ago. I mean, take a look at this. Somebody's going to have to see it. See, 7 days ago, and it has, let's see how many views it has. Yeah, 114,000 views. If you haven't seen the movie yet, I would recommend you watch it. It's from this year. They haven't put the animal movie there, but I haven't seen it on the BitTorrent, but and then we have another one here. They also, you can buy it or rent it as well, but you can definitely watch it for free. So that's good. I think it's kind of important that we do watch these movies, so when somebody asks us about our lifestyle, we have something we can refer them to. Because obviously, if you refer them to our YouTube channels, they'll probably take one look and run away. Somebody looks at my YouTube channel and be like, I'm not going to watch this guy. He's crazy. He's nuts. Let me go back over here, and let's see more comments. So let's see if it's slowing down. Use mangoes to fatten ducks. Yes, I do use mangoes to fatten ducks. That's why you always find duck food in my refrigerator. Now, I was watching our friend Dan this morning, Lions Danivore podcast. He always talks about food addiction. Mitch often talks about food addiction. In fact, most of the people in the carnivore space talk about food addiction, how they start eating foods addicted. And again, you can see over here, here I am with the beef sticks. I've already consumed 3 of these things, and I'm thinking about grabbing another. So I think it's human nature to eat whenever you can. And again, we want to thank Peter for his gift. But one of the most important things, in my opinion, is to understand what addiction really is. Is the fact that I like to eat a lot of food an addiction? And that's a good question. Now, there are some things that we know are addictions. For example, some people are alcoholics. They become addicted to alcohol. Some people, they become addicted to cigarettes. There's heroin, there's cocaine, there's all these drugs out there. I guess technically you could even be addicted to cannabis. These things are not necessary for most people to live. Now, when it comes to medicinal things like cannabis, for some people it kind of is necessary. You're dealing with chronic pain, you're dealing with certain anxieties. Some people, they need that to live. Just like some people take a heart medication to prevent a heart attack. Some people take blood pressure medication to lower their blood pressure. So those are not really addictions. But I don't know of anybody that needs to smoke cigarettes to live, and I don't know of anybody that needs to drink alcohol to live. So there are certain things that are purely addiction. But it's like my fat friend used to say, food addiction is the worst because you have to eat. So that means you have an addiction to something which you need to live. But is it really an addiction? So what I want to do like a little quick internet search, and we're going to use our Google Internet because we're on YouTube, so we will use Google, and let's see. Okay, Lance is still having his video. Let me go over here to, okay, got an advertisement there. So let's just do a Google thing. Okay, Google. Okay, so it gives me advertisements. What defines an addiction? Addiction is a chronic medical disease characterized by compulsive substance use or behaviors that continue despite harmful physical, psychological, or social consequences. It physically alters brain circuits involved in reward, motivation, and self-control, making it difficult to stop without treatment. Okay, that's interesting. The core markers that define addiction include loss of control, being able to stop using a substance, craving, experience intense, overpowering urge that takes over focus and daily thoughts, continued use despite harm, dependence and tolerance, needing increasingly larger amounts of the substance to achieve the same effect, or experiencing physical psychological withdrawal when stopping. Okay. It's commonly associated with substances like drugs, alcohol, and nicotine, just like I was saying. It also encompasses compulsive behaviors. Well, that's interesting. Like what? Gambling, shopping, and internet use. Medical professionals emphasize addiction is highly treatable, should be managed similarly to other chronic illnesses like asthma or diabetes. Okay, signs of behaviors to look for: withdrawal from others, loss of interest, missed responsibilities, lying, risky behavior, mood swings, anxiety, depression, paranoia, poor self-care, fatigue, weight changes, red glassy eyes, frequent illness, shakes, withdrawal symptoms, money or legal trouble, and denial. That really is quite interesting, and that's all about addiction. Interesting. What is the hardest addiction to get over? Opioids, alcohol, nicotine, benzodiazepines, and meth. Benzo. And that's like Scott Everson, the one that does meat stock. He had a problem with the benzodiazepines, and it made a wreck out of him. So, how does addiction start? So, repeated use, okay. So, realistically, is food addictive in some cases? Clearly, according to the experiences that we see, food is addictive to some people in some circumstances. But does the definition of addiction that is presented here meet the experience of someone like me? I've got these delicious beef sticks. I could eat the whole thing, but you notice I ate 3 of them and I stopped. And I'm not going to eat them now. So I don't think that's an addiction. I've got heart attack chicken on my mind, and I'm going to let them sit there because, again, I don't have to eat them. And the thing is, my carnivore diet, does it make my personality more disagreeable? Am I arguing more with people? Am I getting upset? Is it making me depressed? And the answer is no. So my diet is not an addiction. Why do I hear a car? These houses are so close together, every time somebody opens the door, you can hear it. All right. So really what it comes down to in terms of addiction, there's all these conditions that have to be met for something to be considered an addiction. I think for many people, with the food they're eating, it would definitely qualify as an addiction because it's harming them. V. Benno asks, hi Rick, what's today for lunch? Heart attack chicken. Heart attack chicken. Are those delicious beef sticks from Aldi? Maybe. This is the brand. I think I've seen them at Aldi, come to think of it. I know that the cat food is from Aldi, and I guess the cod liver is from Aldi, which I've never seen at my Aldi. So I think Peter went to Aldi and decided that he was going to send me a gift, which I really appreciated. Things that I can use. I'm happy about that. I always enjoy that. My friend gave me other friend gave me some ground beef yesterday, so I always appreciate those gifts. But yes, I think they are from Aldi. But they're really good. Let me tell you something. I don't know what they cost, but these things are really delicious. I have no idea, but they must be from Aldi. I'll probably be going to Aldi later today if it doesn't rain, and I'll look out for them. I think I've seen them there. But if Peter's still here, I think he's probably at work already, but he could mention it. But anyway, so what I'm trying to say is in terms of addiction, many people that come into the carnivore community, and our Dan was talking about it this morning. Now, you can look at his before picture and see how fat he got. And you look at him now, he looks really, really good. So when you're eating something addictive, you may be getting fat and unhealthy. You may not know it because most people still think that they are eating healthy, but they're not. And Lady June says, sorry, but I have to go. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Well, thank you. You've been here for a very long time. I appreciate that. You were, I think, the first or the second to the first there. Let me go ahead and, for some reason, oh, yes, okay, there we go. You make eating that beef stick, smoking cigar look too good. Well, thank you. It does look like that, doesn't it? I have to go enjoy the rest of your weekend. Well, thank you for being here. I'm going to be wrapping this up in the next few minutes anyway. I'm glad that you were here. And again, I appreciate everyone that participates, whether you chat or call in or whatever else happens. The fact that you take a little bit of your time to come here is really good because it gives us a place once a week, and I don't tie up every day. I'm not going to make you get up every day at 8. I mean, I could, but I just don't have the time. You know, I got to work. I got a lot of things to do. But I do like to come here on Saturday, the beginning of my day off, and get to talk to everyone, and I'm really happy. Let's see. donuts or do not say. Okay, let's see over here. Okay, I'm looking at Lance's North Dakota carnivore. You have to see some of these comments over here. They are pretty funny. Let me go over here. All right, and if you look at some of the comments here, it said, Carnivore Ron, donuts are do-nots. Water is in the stove. Okay, that's cute. But yeah, donuts are disgusting to me. When I think of donuts, I think about something you do and not something you eat. So you get out there on your ATC and you go do some donuts or do some donuts in the Bobcat. I mean, there's always, get out there and spin around and you do some donuts. But I would never eat a donut. Every time that I've had donuts, like from one of these conventions or sort of work get-togethers, there's always leftovers. They always give me the donuts. And guess what I do with the donuts? I don't eat them. And everybody knows what I do with the donuts. I bring them home. And then I go outside and I go, here, ducky, 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 ducky. And they all come running and I throw the donuts down and within 2 minutes, they're all gone, down to the last crumb. So, and next thing you know, I start to hear sirens. I guess the ducks, they put a little light on their head and they go woo, 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 because they think they're police officers now because they've eaten the official food of Bad Cop No Donut. Okay, and let's see. I wait all week for Saturday Morning with Rick. That's what Sandy says. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad that I have regular fans, especially here in Florida. I wait all week for Saturday Morning with Rick. Live at 8 with Rick. It's always good. And every now and then, we get the very unusual, and Kurt was the first, but he won't be the first. And where is it? This one. And you know what that is? That's a Rick interview. I'm going to be having an interview in the not too distant future. I just have to set up the time with someone that you've seen on some of the other channels, on Liz's channel and Dr. Kiltz's channel, and and I don't do a lot of interviews, but I am going to try to set this up. And someone that actually was living healthy and had a heart attack anyway, and found out that the heart attack diet is actually a healthier diet, and approached me thinking that having an interview would be good. So I like that. I've never asked to be interviewed by everyone. I've never asked anyone to interview them. Every interview I've had has been their decision, and it's their free will. So that's really good. Okay, let's see. All right, there we go. Let me go. Where'd my chat go? I lost it. Here it is. Okay, you're inviting an AI video where you describe doing donuts to the Bobcat. You're right. Was it great? Yeah, it was. And again, that was the first. We talked about this a while ago, that my first interview was going to be with Kurt. And then he had gone off the internet for a while, and then he returned. And then he went ahead and he initiated the interview. And that was his idea, and we did it at his request. So, and I tell everybody, this is not my channel, it's your channel. Without you, I would have no reason to be here. I could simply go outside and talk to my ducks like I always do. I wouldn't need a computer. I wouldn't need a microphone. All I need is some duck food and a bunch of ducks with their mouth open and their tails wagging. That's what it would be. That's good. Let's see. All right. That is an interesting way of putting it. All right. Of course, around here, if I have a cherry, you know where that goes to. Quack, 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 It's quack time. All right, so we're down to 54. You know, I'm surprised that we have this many people that watch the entire time. For someone that only has about 4,500 subscribers, I think I have the ultimate participation rate in the chat. I have more comments than people that have 40,000 subscribers. But you know what that is? That's because we have a personal relationship here. We kind of know each other, at least on an internet level. This is not some YouTube channel. You'll never see me advertising products. You'll never see me asking you to subscribe. You know how many people say, please like and subscribe, and then they go bing, boom, with little symbols and all that? I have never asked anyone on my channel to like or subscribe. Now, I've had my viewers ask to click like, and I agree with that, but I've never said you need to like and subscribe to my channel, because that's not the way that I work. It's a voluntary transaction. If you wish to click like, you can. If you wish to click dislike, you could do that too, although it doesn't show me how many dislikes I have. It used to in the beginning. It was always fun, but you know, that's up to you. The main thing is that I see your comments. You take the time. People send me emails occasionally. They send me goodies occasionally, and that's it. And they're pretty honest about how they feel, and that's a good thing. All right, let's see. I'm just here for Milton. Well, there you go. And Milton is here too. Yes. And quality is greater than quantity, and this is why I have people like you on my channel. And the thing is, I actually appreciate the direct and forward comments. What I don't like are the fake comments where people tell you how much they think you're great, and then they talk about you behind their back, because that's not the Rick way. You will notice that every time I've complained about another channel or YouTuber, I've complained right there on their channel. I put the comment there. And then sometimes they ban me, sometimes they don't. There's a misconception. I've had a couple of people send me nasty emails that saying that I am criticizing Dr. Barry, that I have something against him. I have nothing against Dr. Barry. I think he's a good guy. I like the fact he does carnivore videos. He has his farm. He has a lot of followers, and I appreciate that. My criticism is that people give him way too much attention. The guy has only so many hours in the day. He has 24 hours in the day, just like all of us. And people rush into his chat. You have thousands of people just shooting the comments out there so fast. There's absolutely no way that this guy could ever keep up with the comments. So what I tell people, instead of spending your time chasing the Dr. Barry train, why don't you look for some of the other cars that are not so full? They're going in the same direction. They're on the same track. They may even be going faster, but people are not lining up to get in and out. Instead of being packed like sardines in a can going down that track, you open up one of the other ones, you have 2 or 3 people there, there's some delicious steaks, there's some heart attack chicken, and they invite you in. Come on in. We're all going on the carnivore train. But you could go and pay all that money to go on the Dr. Barry train, or for basically free, you can pop onto our train, and guess what? You get some delicious eats while you're on the way, and you get great people to talk to. So we're all going to the same destination, the destination of enjoyment and health and fun. But you could pile in with everybody else, or you can take your own path. And if you're really, really a strange one, you might be the one on the bicycle riding along the tracks. You're still getting there, and you're pedaling along, and you might find a tasty iguana on the way there, and maybe some sticks where you could build a fire. Who knows? But that's what I'm saying. And I've had the same thing said about the steak and butter gal, Bella. I have nothing against her. I like her videos. I like watching her videos. She's entertaining. I think she's got a good personality. I think she's a good person. Now, obviously, she's got her group, which I don't approve of. I mean, SBG to me is BS, but I like her and I like the people. Some of the people that are in my chat are in her group. So I like that too. It's the concept of charging people admission to be in a group and calling it a community. That's what bothers me now. If you charge people admission, you tell them this is a closed group, or this is a private club, I don't have a problem with that because you're admitting it. But when you say it's a community, that makes about as much sense as a gated community. You know what is the ultimate gated community? It's called prison. And it doesn't cost you anything. You're just stuck in there. So, but that's what I kind of say. So if I make criticism, and I've gotten in trouble, and I've been banned by a few channels. I've been banned by at least 3 channels that I know of. 2 of them, they unbanned me, and the third one, for some reason, the person that banned me doesn't even have the courage to answer my emails. And we know who he is. And sooner or later, it's going to come back to bite him. Because in a real community, you don't treat people like that and get away with it. Sooner or later, it always comes back and you pay the price for it. And that's it. There's nothing else to be said about that. But, let's see here. Okay, and we have some more comments here. And let's see. Just joking. All right. I love the smaller channels. Yes. Quantity, and quack all start the same with the Q. That is correct. Yes, amen, Sandy. I'm an SBG and the group quality is going down. Bell is basically non-existent. See, this is what happens. And I warned everybody about this a year ago. I told everybody, when you have a walled garden, eventually the bugs take over and the garden decrease. You have to have that constant turnover. You have to have new people coming in as the old people go out. Otherwise, it stagnates. Think about a pond where the water doesn't circulate. Eventually, the algae grow and it rots and it becomes nothing. So the group quality is going down. Bella is basically non-existent. Well, and the thing about Bella, now I met her in person at Hack Your Health. She seems like the kind of person who's got success built in. So even if the group falls apart, she's going to reinvent herself. And this is the one thing you'll notice about a lot of these personalities. They can reinvent them. It's like Dr. Barry. Dr. Barry had all these problems. His office burned down, his house burned down, had all these issues. But he's resilient, and he found a way to find a following. Eventually, that following will fade away, and then he'll find something else. Or, the following will outlive him. That's always a possibility. But the important thing is for us to understand not only the theory behind our carnivore lifestyle, but also to fit in with a lifestyle. Because again, there is nothing that says that you have to be carnivore. And that is, I can tell you right now, there are several people that visit my live stream. You have Tim. He was here earlier. He's not carnivore. There are 2 other people, I won't name them, that come into this live stream that I've talked to. They are not carnivore. They are keto. They are keto. They are probably less carnivore than plant-based. They're more plant-based than carnivore, but they're healthy. Not every human being has to be carnivore. Not every human being can be carnivore because you may not have enough meat to do so. And not every human being needs to be carnivore. People that have been sick for a period of time, that are in really bad shape, they may have to go to an extreme carnivore diet. But if you've been basically healthy your whole life, you can use the principles of the carnivore diet. And the principles of the carnivore diet are basically whole foods, nutrient-dense foods, eaten when needed and not habitually. You want to have minimal processing and you want to have local whenever possible. Those are the basic concepts of the carnivore diet. You can go a lot more fancy, but you don't have to. And again, depends on where you live. You may live in a place where beef is not available. You may have to have more chicken and pork. You may have to add plant material. You may have to add fermented plant material to your carnivore diet if you don't have the highest quality meats. I've experienced that myself. Fermented dairy. Some people are against dairy on the carnivore diet. Others, like me, are for dairy, although I don't drink milk. I don't drink milk because I don't think it's necessary. Milk does not bother me. I can drink all the milk I want. I just don't do it. But I do eat yogurt and cheese. I have tried to go without yogurt and cheese, and I can tell you one thing, my strength decreases. I go from being a strong but vegan-looking guy to an average strength guy. My grip strength decreases when I don't eat dairy. Why? I don't know. But for me, dairy is an important part of my lifestyle. But for many people, they go for the so-called lion diet, which is not a lion diet because lions eat pigs and lions eat fish when they can get it. So it's not, it's just a name they use. And I think it was one of the YouTubers that came up with that name. But again, there's a different formula for everyone. And I'm so happy that I have such great viewers. I have great participation. And really, I just don't understand why people have to be unnecessarily conflict driven, but what can you do? Okay, let's hit more comments here. All right. Okay. Well, if you're not satisfied with SBG, you can go to HAG, which is what you're in right now, the Heart Attack Group or Heart Attack Gang. So, or you could have the S and SIG, Steak and Iguana Gang, or you could have the Iguana and Butter Gang or the Duck and Iguana Gang, whatever. You can make your own group. It's like they're having a high school reunion at a restaurant for my high school class, and they're not going to have a walkthrough at the school. I think on Monday I'm going to ride my bike to the school, and if the office is open, I'm going to make my own high school reunion at Southwest Miami High School. And if I'm the only one that shows up, then I will be the only one that shows up. And that's it. Okay? There's no reason why you have to do that. Question: did Papa Carnivore ever ask Dante to unban you or why you were banned? No, he did not. I think Dante was too busy being the center of attention. Peter was not able to talk to him. But yes, he did ask if he would see him, but he probably couldn't reach it. But that's okay. I asked in a live, no response back, but I do like him. Okay? See, there's something going on. Bella is steak and butter gal. Yes. And again, I think Bella is a great person. That's what I think. She seems to be sincere. I don't like the marketing to some extent of her group, but I think that she's sincere, and I don't think she's trying to take advantage of anybody. But I think with a lot of people, once they see the opportunity to get a little income, that becomes kind of hard to say no to. The people said people that shut Rick for whatever reason can SMD. Please starve my starfish. Well, there you go. And if you don't know what that is, I'm sure someone will explain it. Yes, Max German is on that list. Max German interviewed me years ago, and he took his interview of me off of his channel, and he doesn't respond to my comments anymore. So I have no idea what that's all about. But again, see, Max German is one of those, what I would call the sort of fitness and influencer, the young influencer types. And what he's done, he's used that to set up some kind of coaching or consulting service and make money. And I think he also got with Bella or one of the fancy carnivore celebrities. So once they get into that celebrity group and they get a lot of subscribers, they cut off contact with me because I'm like the black sheep of the carnivore group. I'm the person that is the opposite to every one of the influencers. Think of the Miami influencer, okay? I'm the anti-Miami influencer. The Miami influencer, what do they have? Black, white, and gray condo on Brickell, Lamborghini or Ferrari, steroid pump body, and stories about all the women that they've been with. Okay? Then we hit the Rick side. So what is the Rick side? No black and white gray condo, 1950s house in a yard surrounded by a tropical forest, 1969 Dodge Charger, 1990 and 1998 Ford diesel trucks, 0 women, 0 sexual activity, and no muscles, just skin and bones. You got this. You don't have the biceps, you don't have the pecs, you just have this. And besides, I tell everybody, if muscles are what you're looking for, just hang out with my friend. You just check out Jonathan, Carnivore Muscle, because on the Rick side, you're not getting nothing. This is bones, basically. They're solid, but they're not. This is nothing that the people are going to go crazy for. I do enjoy your lives. You speak your mind. Yes, that's the thing about me. I do not lie, and I do not try to butter people up. If I'm going to butter something up, it's going to be my steak, not another person. If somebody does something that I don't like, I tell it. Just like the man that was on the phone. He'll tell you right now if he doesn't like something you did. And I respect that 100%. Kurt, I don't think he would ban Rick on purpose. I could be wrong. Well, why is he hiding? Why is he not saying or fixing it? These people are like the carriers of the carnivore realm. Step right up and subscribe to our community, right? Well, that's it. But the thing is, if you want the polished carnivore experience, it's out there. But really, compared to other genres, I think there are more real people in the carnivore space than in any other. The vegan space, they're full of fakes. There's this one guy, and I've talked about him many times. He calls himself Shane Sterling. He uses a filter to make himself look younger, and he's always blabbing about the raw vegan diet and criticizing the carnivore diet. And I think that's kind of interesting. But he hasn't deleted my comments, so I actually have a little bit of respect for this guy. I make fun of him, and if you don't know who it is, his channel is called Raw Vegan Rising. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you that. I see Lance is still on his channel. There we go. I mean, I have to admit, for somebody that's a year older than me that was obese, I think he's doing quite well. Just a great example of what the carnivore diet can do. I think people like him are a lot more inspiring than somebody like me. Because you look at a picture of me from 10 years ago, and I look about the same as I do now. Look at my bio. That picture is when I was 30 years old. That's a long time ago. That's almost 30 years ago. Isn't that crazy? I'm a wacko. Look at my profile pic, for example. Let me go over here. This is Charger Mopar's World. So we'll view my channel. See that picture? I took that picture in 1998. Look at this. See that? I don't even look that different. Honestly. I haven't changed much. So before and after for me is a waste of time. Okay, let me see. All right, let me look up something here. All right, what was I talking about earlier? I talk about so many things half the time. Subscribe to our community. Okay. One of the great things about YouTube, you can always rewatch what you watched before. Let me see. Let me get my audio going here. Is called Raw Vegan Rising. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you that. Okay. I got some feedback from the phone line over there, which I didn't know. Let me go to the Raw Vegan Rising channel. Okay. Boom. Okay, this is the guy. And you'll see I'm subscribed to it. Yes, Rick is subscribed to a vegan channel. Okay, now. All right, latest. What happened to the carnivore? Oh, there it is. Carnivore has changed everything. Raw vegan is over. So you can see how he uses a filter on his video so he doesn't look as old as he is. And see, my comment is still there. If vegan works for you, by all means do it. Carnivore is what I have been on for 43 years. I call seeds, leaves, and roots duck food. So I put the comment in there. He didn't delete it. So even though the guy's a vegan kind of, I don't know, but you can see the filter he uses isn't that great. I mean, it helps him look younger. But but I can only imagine what he looks like without the filter. But the thing is, I have more respect for this vegan man than I do for anyone, even in the carnivore community, that would ban me from comments on their channel. So, again, I'm subscribed. I even liked his video, see? I have a lot of respect for people that are telling it how they feel it. I do not have respect for people that pretend to be things that they are not. All right? And that's kind of how I think. So, and I don't mind constructive criticism. Okay. Carnies, there we are. Got a couple of smiling faces. The only thing you are really lacking for our community is a slew of blood work so we know what a man your age carnivore looks like compared to the others who are new and struggling. Well, that is true. But that's because I have no access to medical care. Gosh, I used to watch him, really. So you watched Shane Sterling. Now, obviously, there's a few good things. I don't even know if he really is a raw vegan. I think he may be secretly eating other foods because he does have a better physique than I do. He takes his shirt off. At least you look at him, you don't think, oh, that poor vegan that's starving. He looks pretty good. Now, I know he uses a filter on his face because I had one of my vegan friends actually had a video from him from a couple of years ago where he was outside, and he looked a whole lot different than he did in his video. But definitely, he is at least willing to leave the criticism on there. So that's a good thing. But again, I wouldn't listen to his advice because it's a bunch of nonsense. Talks about acid causing foods and cleaning your gut and bowel transit time and all this nonsense. It's all silliness. Because I know from experience that eating plants gives me constant diarrhea and I felt like crap. So that was not a good thing. Well, anyway, do we have any more comments? It's already been 4 hours. I think it's about time that I go offline and I make my lunch and maybe go out there and start working on my car or maybe get on my bike and do a couple of errands. I got a lot of things I need to do, but I was very happy that everyone was here, and I really hope that this is going to be a nice week. And I think that we've gotten a few things done, and I see that Lance is still doing his chat over there, which I appreciate that. How many people does he have? He has 16. That's good. So if he's still making a chat, I'm going to go ahead and sort of wrap this up, and we can say our goodbyes, and we'll have ourselves another great week. I'll probably be on tomorrow. If there's another 10 o'clock live with Mitch or Dr. Kiltz, you'll see me there. I'll try to hit Monday Carnivore Talk. I will not be on with Russ on Tuesday, but I know sometimes Liz calls me on Tuesday. So we're going to see what we can do. And again, I have someone I want to interview, so we're going to try to make arrangements for that. That will probably be in the afternoon. He had mentioned that like 11 o'clock, I think it's 11 to 1 or somewhere around there. So if I do get that interview set up, I'll post that as well. So just keep an eye out for me. And again, you're always free to call me if you like or send me an email, and eventually I'll get to it. I don't really have text messages. I mean, you can send a text message to Google Voice, but I don't check them all the time. A lot of times my phone is not with me, and if I don't have Wi-Fi, I can't communicate. So think about the old days. When you call Rick, most of the time, this is what you got. Or you may catch me on the payphone outside. What I may also do one of these days, I'm going to do a live stream when the weather's not so hot. I may do a live stream from the yard, and then you can call into the payphone to Rick's live stream. That sounds like fun. Okay, so let me hit the comments and let's start getting this chat all wrapped up. So we have a lot of, okay. I'm subscribed, Vegetable Police channel. Casey is so crazy and an artist. He puts some very crazy content. He goes back and forth being vegan, fruitarian, carnivore, and such. Yeah, I've seen him. Talks kind of slow, and that's it. I hate when people use filters in AI. Well, you're in the right place because this channel is filter-free. And Kurt says, good day, everyone. Sandy says, bye all. Bye, Rick. Always enjoy your show. To brother from another brother, take care. Yes. Oh, yes, I need my Rick fix. Had to cancel this past one due to baby. Well, you let me know and I'll be around. You know me. Have a great weekend, Rick, and everybody be safe. Well, thank you. That's good. And Wendy says, see ya. Thank you. Have a great weekend, Rick and everyone. Yellow Rose, thank you. Please check out my cardiologist visit. Yes, the link is right down there for the audio, and you can hit his channel. Absolutely. Don't forget to comment on it. I got to listen to it myself because I haven't had time, but I will. And let's see. Do we have, where did my music go? Oh, well, I think it's here somewhere. Oh, well. Anyway, you know what it is. I got a little technical issues, but no problem. Have a great day from Jerry. If you want to move it with me, see you at the 12 noon century. Yes, I almost forgot about it. 1 o'clock in about 40 minutes from now, Jerry will have her live. I forgot about it. I'm glad you reminded me. Have a great day, Rick. Thanks. So if you get bored, you want to watch a live, there's always somebody to watch. You can catch the end of Lance's live. You got Jerry. You got Thomas. And who knows who else you have. I know Kerry used to have Saturday night. He doesn't do it anymore. He does it Thursday night when Mitch is on, so can't watch that, but we'll see. But anyway, thank you so much, and I hope that I'll be seeing you tomorrow, next day, whatever. And if you want, you can always email me or call me, and if I'm here, I'll get to you. So thanks again, and we are going to end this with something. All right, here we go.